Hey, welcome in, everybody. Happy game day. One of the biggest game days in a long, long time. Some saying since 1970. The Longhorns have not had a game like this at home at DKR with the Georgia Bulldogs in town, number 5 against number 1, a game that has been much anticipated since it came on the schedule. The Longhorns, the number 1 team in the land. Georgia has won 2 national championships in the last 4 seasons, a dominant force. They meet tonight, and we are excited about it. Let's see if we can see some drone footage, Jerry Hamilton, from about 4.5 hours before the kickoff of DKR. You were down there. I was down at the Victory Lap doing our pregame show for 102.7 ESPN here in Austin. As good an atmosphere as we've seen in a long, long time. I mean, you can talk about when you've seen it. I mean, I got down there about 1 o'clock to 1:30. Game day was in town this morning. It was hyped. It was a buzz like we haven't seen in a long, long time.
Yeah, it did eclipse the Alabama game of 2022 for me. My memory of that game was an earlier game, and all the students were lined up really early in the morning. But it was totally different. Georgia traveled really well. I was at the airport seeing recruits when they arrived in Austin. I saw the Georgia fans coming in. Georgia traveled extremely well for this game, the best they could, I think, with tickets available. But the Texas fan base, everything around DKR. I mean, this game's bringing out everybody. Kevin Durant, Joe Rogan, everybody's on the sidelines tonight, man. That can get a pass tonight. It's on the sidelines. It's just crazy what this game's bringing out. I was walking down, kind of seeing recruits when they were getting to Moncrief Newhouse today, and the lead guitarist for the group, Papa Roach, was there. He was going to the game. He's actually familiar with On Texas Football, which is crazy. So everybody's coming out for this game, man. I mean, literally everybody. And big-time recruiting weekend got even bigger today, which we'll get to in a second, Aaron. But, I'd said 30-29. I was going with Texas 30-29. I think if both offensive lines play well, both quarterbacks will play well, and we're gonna be in for one hell of a game.
I agree with that. And we know the Vegas line went to 5. It's back to 4. Started as a pick-em-ish kind of game, but Sharps came in on Texas, and then the public's on Texas. We'll see where this goes. But, yeah, I mean, as far as eclipsing Alabama, my memory of that game was getting there because our pregame show started at 7 a.m. that morning.
Right.
And when I got there at 6, it was already packed, which was really cool, not something you've seen before. But this was eclipsed that. I mean, I guess maybe 06 Ohio State, just because that was off the national title and Ohio State was really a good team. But I don't even think so. I mean, because now, Texas, there's just so much more about Texas right now. The renovation to the stadium, Bevo Boulevard, was not happening back then. And it's game day plus Pat McAfee. Barstool Sports is here. On Texas Football is down there.
I mean, Aaron, the other thing is, the city of Austin, how it's grown since that time.
Yeah, you're
just
right about
how
that.
much more is going on around downtown Austin.
Hey, I got to give you credit, man, because you're the best at what you do. But to be out there to fight the airport crowd, to get out there and deal with that today, that's pretty awesome. Good of you. What did you see? What can you tell us about the recruiting? You called it the biggest recruiting weekend maybe ever for the Longhorns.
Yeah, so Chase Sims, we've had him as a 4-star on Texas Football, 4-star defensive lineman out of Richmond Randall. He showed up with his family this afternoon. The A&M commitment, he had an official visit scheduled to Texas. He squashed that. A&M got that squashed, I should say. Chase really likes Texas. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here with this recruitment. Not the only A&M commitment on campus. Kelshawn Johnson is on campus as well. Oklahoma defensive back commit Cortland Guillory on campus from Klein Oak. Not a guy Texas has pushed for yet. Then there's a chance a couple other guys show up as well. We'll have to see if anything gets out later tonight on that, if they did, in fact, show up. When I left, CJ Vogel left that area, recruits were not coming in as heavily. So we think most of the guys were there, but somebody could show up late on purpose, maybe just an hour and a half before the game. So we'll have to see on that. Michael Terry in the house, Javion Hilson, both big Texas leans, top 50 players in the country. Lance Jackson was there. Jonah Williams is on his official visit with his family. There's just, 50-plus combined 5-stars and 4-stars in the 25, 26, and 27 classes. I'll tell you the funniest story is Nick Brooks, the Texas commitment out of Grayson, Georgia, which is east of Atlanta in Loganville. He got off a flight this morning, and I swear him and the 2 people with him, were 3 of maybe only 6 or 7 people that weren't wearing Georgia gear that got off that flight. Because
Wow.
I saw they all came down the escalator from the flight, and he was like in a sea of Georgia fans. It was pretty funny. But he's there. But 5-star linebacker Tyler Atkinson in the 2026 class out of Grayson, teammate of Nick Brooks and Joseph Mbaktu, the 4-star Florida D-line commitment who's officially visiting as well. Tyler Atkinson got in last night. This is his second visit. He is an absolute great football prospect at linebacker, one of the best I've seen in a while as far as a run and hit linebacker. Got a tremendous frame. And I think Georgia and Texas are probably the top two, with Clemson right there and Tennessee and Auburn trying on him and Alabama. But it's an unbelievable atmosphere for recruiting. I mean, I was thinking about this, Aaron, walking up to our tailgate area. When the shuttle buses come down carrying the recruits, they're passing the tailgate area where the band was before the game, all the thousands of people walking around, Longhorn city limits, the concert. And I mean, it is an unbelievable show Texas is putting on in recruiting today. Unbelievable. Now they just got to go out and play a good game and make this a great college football game, because this is one of those that's win or lose, as long as you play well, you're going to reap the rewards. As long as you go on and have a good season, if you end up with a loss tonight.
All right, let's talk about the matchups. I mean, the subplots are here. 1-5. Maybe feels like Texas is flipping the script on the power team in the conference. Georgia's got two trophies in the case, so a long way to go for Texas to make that claim. But tonight can be a big step. But you got Kirby against Quinn or Sark. Let's talk about that. The matchup of coaches, two Saban proteges, one on offense, one on defense. What's the key for both sides for how Sark attacks this game and how Kirby attacks this game?
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. First off, Kirby, if you throw out the COVID year of 2020, Kirby hadn't lost 2 SEC conference games in a season since his first year at Georgia. That's a long run of dominating or having 1 loss or 0 losses. They were 24-0. They'd won 3 straight years before this year, the loss at Bama. The interesting thing about this game, and the one thing that about football before you get in the chess match before these coaches, which they have to play out on the field, is Georgia's going to give Tech. This is almost a must-win game for Georgia. I mean, if you lose, you're out of the SEC championship hunt more than likely, championship game hunt. But then you have 0 margin for error to make the playoff. And if a couple of things don't go your way, you don't make the playoff, which is crazy to think about. So this is almost a must-win game. I expect Georgia to play their best game of the season tonight. If they don't, then this is not close to the same Georgia, because this is a game they should come out. They had a close call against Kentucky. They lost on the road at Bama, but showed why they're a 2-time national champ in that game after falling down 37. They didn't play well defensively last week. They're getting some injured guys back this week. This should be their best game of the season if they're going to have that level game this year. That's the one. And then on a Texas standpoint, I think these guys are going to be sky high, Aaron. I think they're going to be sky high. If Quinn gets off to a good start, the offense gets off to a good start, they can keep this crowd jacked up. This home field will be an issue for Georgia with communication as this game moves along.
I agree with that. Yeah, and as I said on our all week long, then on our pregame today, I mean, it's they're the dogs, but they're like a wounded dog in a corner, yeah. Right? I mean, and they've heard all week that they're the underdogs, and they've heard all week that they're not the same Georgia. So I think you said it right. If we don't see the best version of Georgia tonight, you're not. There just isn't one. And we talked to one of the Georgia insiders this week, and Kaylee Mansell, and she said that. She said, we haven't seen them play 4 great quarters in one game yet. They haven't, and Texas hadn't needed to. They haven't had a 4-quarter game. They've outscored their opponents 259-38. But Georgia's been in some dogfights, but they really haven't played consistent championship level football. That's what it's going to take to beat this Texas team. And if they can't do it tonight, they just might not have it this year in that way. Tate Ratledge is not going to play their guard, the All-American. Their linebacker, Smile Mondon's not going to play. I mean, they're going to have to draw on some depth here, but we'll see. I think you're getting the best Georgia. And then for Sark, what's your key as far as strategy here? How do you attack Kirby Smart? Is it that typical come out heavy pass in the script? Is it try to establish a run game? What do you think Sark does here early to try to take the momentum?
It would be out of the norm if he didn't start with the pass to set up the run. It would be out of the norm. My question is, with that. Is he going to pass horizontally like he did against Michigan, get those guys turning and running, getting those linebackers turning and running, getting those defensive linemen turning and playing down the line of scrimmage, then coming back with run game, then coming back with vertical. I think that's the question, is how does he start this game off against Georgia? Georgia plays a lot of too high. They give a lot of different looks pre-snap, right, with the ghost pressures and all that, but they've played more too deep than they have anything this year. So it'll be interesting. I'm interested to see what Georgia does defensively. I think it'll be interesting also how Sark will probably be hunting the matchup of Smile Mondon's backup linebacker. Smile Mondon's the best coverage backer on the Georgia team. He is out once again this week. He's an all SEC level player. I think Sark will hunt that matchup, but I'm not sure that will be in the script early on, or if that's something that will happen as the game moves along. But, again, Texas offensive line, if they play at the Michigan and Oklahoma level, I think Texas is going to score 4 touchdowns in this game. I just think they are. If this offensive line plays at a Joe Moore level, they'll score. They're going to score the ball. I think the biggest thing for Texas defense, the thing that I want to see, Aaron, is what does Texas do with their safeties tonight? Because Carson Beck is not a run threat. He's a pocket passing quarterback. You don't have to spy him. You don't have to necessarily play that extra safety close to the line of scrimmage early in this game, since you don't have to spy a quarterback. But the flip side of that is Georgia's got the fastest receiver Texas has faced this year. Mississippi State has 3 guys that run 10.7 that did in high school. Georgia's got 2 that run 10.4. So they have Isaiah Bond level speed. So what does Texas do with their safeties in this game? And is Texas going to miss Derek Williams in run support at the safety position? But Georgia struggled to run the ball with the extra man in the box against them this season. I'm interested to see what Texas does defensively to start this game and what type of safety depth we're looking at in this game. Because I think that's going to tell you how confident Texas is they can stop the run without the additional player in the box in this game.
All right, little update. Alabama has gone down to Tennessee, 24-17 final. A game littered with penalties, over 25, I think 25 or 26 penalties in that game. Nico got hurt early in the game for Tennessee, but came back. But that's a second conference loss for Alabama. Tennessee's already taken an SEC loss. Texas could give Georgia a second conference loss tonight, Jerry. Ole Miss already has 2 conference losses. A&M has not been the prettiest game, but they're going to beat Mississippi State. Yep. They're going to stay undefeated. LSU's playing Arkansas tonight. They have a chance.
LSU's up 10-0 now at the end of the first.
So they're an undefeated SEC team right now. Longhorns want to join that. A&M's going to be there too. So huge game, as you said, a must-win game for Georgia, no doubt about it. And now they've on ABC they flipped it over to Texas. So we're counting down the seconds now to this game. Let's talk about the quarterbacks. Carson Beck, Quinn Ewers. I charted Carson Beck this year or this week for what he's been. 24 quarters, 18 quarters. He's been great. Yep. Like really great. I mean, he's averaging, he's played like you're the first pick in the draft, maybe, 350 yards, 3 touchdowns average in those 18 quarters, but he's had 6 real bad quarters. I mean, the first 2 against Alabama were not good at all. And then the whole game at Kentucky was not good. I mean, he finished with 160 yards, under 50% completion. What can Pete Kwiatkowski and Johnny Nansen draw up to get the bad 6-quarter Carson Beck and create that tonight?
Alabama got a lot of pressure up the middle with the linebackers in the first half of that game. And that, again, it's similar with Quinn. The pocket passer guys, if you can get pressure up the middle against those guys, they don't get to step in the throw and deliver it accurately down the field. And you saw that with Quinn against Oklahoma early. He missed one, but the one to Bond, he had pressure on a bull rush right up his face and didn't step into that throw. I think that's going to be the key, is getting that pressure from the inside out to start the game. Force Carson Beck to play on the move. Take away one side of the field from him, because Georgia's going to try to do the same thing to Quinn. So if you can get Sark playing on half the field or Quinn playing on half the field, you have a big advantage in this game. So I think with Carson Beck, you got to pressure him up the middle. I think the key there, he's got to hit the ground 2 or 3 times in the first quarter. It can't just be, we got some pressure, he's stepping up, he's still making clean throws. Texas needs to get some hits on him early and see if that becomes an issue for him, as it has been at times this season. So I'm not expecting Texas to go out and be up 37 at half. I mean, Alabama caught Georgia in empty, but I will say this, Georgia's got some corner issues right now, or they have to this point this season. But for Texas against Georgia, I think it's pressure up the middle. Colin Simmons, those guys, they're good off the edge, and that will come in this game. But I think early on, if you're going to rattle Carson Beck, it needs to come right in to his vision immediately.
Yep, we want to rattle. What about Quinn Ewers? Obviously, Kirby Smart, Will Muschamp going to come after the Texas quarterback. You mentioned it would be off script if Sark doesn't go pass heavy early. We know he struggled in the first quarter early, but we saw Sark go to empty and really, calm him down. What's your game plan on Quinn Ewers if you're Georgia, and what do you need to do if you're Sark?
Yeah, I think with Georgia for Georgia against Quinn, I think it's the initial thing's the same thing. You got to get pressure in the B gaps against Quinn. Up the middle in the B gaps. I really think that's a key. And I think the other thing is if you can take away Quinn's first read in the script, that's kind of been his struggle as the game moves along. And I'm talking in some games. You can take away that first read in the script, the early script of Sark. That puts a little more pressure on Quinn to move the feet and react quicker. I think that's what's going to be interesting to see. And I think Georgia, a big part for Georgia. Look, and this is why Smile Mondon's injuries is key for me. They need to take away Gunnar Helm in this game. They need to take away the safety valve of Quinn. Because when Quinn gets pressure, he looks to Gunnar Helm. If Georgia can take Gunnar Helm out of this game early, at least, especially in the first quarter and a half, then that puts a little more pressure on Quinn to deliver second and third reads elsewhere, and he doesn't have his safety valve. I think Matthew Golden may have a big game tonight, by the way.
Matthew Golden, a pick to click right there for the On Texas Football channel to watch along. Our first quarter is going to be brought to you by ATX Trees. As they're about to get this thing going, our good friends at ATX Trees will bring you the first quarter. Great partners of ours on the On Texas Football channel. As you see there, this is 25 years of a family-owned business from their tree farms to your home. And these are established trees, y'all. This isn't, planting seeds and waiting years and years and years to grow trees. These are established, over 30-gallon trees, locally owned and operated. They grow them, keep them healthy, and then put them in the ground in your yard or property. Over 18 varieties of native trees in stock. Special orders also available. These trees are healthy, and they maintain them with a warranty to make sure you have an amazing looking yard. If you want to really spruce up a new house or a new piece of property with some established trees, this is your go-to every time. 25 years of experience in native trees, delivery and installation. Also, if you're looking for a xeriscape, maybe you're tired of the watering and the yard maintenance, they do an amazing job with the xeriscapes. And right now they can get you xeriscapes of $200 off for projects of $2,500 or more. It's amazing how that eliminates the water. It saves you a lot of money on your water costs. Water-wise plants and pops of color, landscaping, drip irrigation. It's the total package from a family-owned company for more than 25 years here in Central Texas. They're in Liberty Hill and dripping and everything in between. ATXtrees.com for this big matchup with Texas and Georgia, from their tree farm to your house and your property. ATXtrees.com. Great people. The Cedillos, Albert Cedillo and his family, are the best. All right, let's get to this. We got the stats up and ready to go. We're about to have kickoff as Texas will kick to Georgia to start this game. Crowd is into it. It's a night game. The weather is phenomenal. As you said, Jerry, the scene has not been this good at Texas in a long, long time, maybe ever, because of all the additions in Vivo Boulevard. Spoon was playing over at LCL, which is a great rock and roll band. This is going to be a lot of fun tonight. Let's get after it.
Yeah, and look at the sidelines. I mean, it's a who's who list on the sidelines tonight. This is big. Look, it's not the game. Don't get me wrong. The chat's already hilarious, by the way. But this is a big first series for Texas defensively. If the crowd's going to be really into this thing, as into it as maybe they are until late in the game, potentially. If Texas can have a solid first defensive possession here against Georgia, this would be huge in this game to get this crowd into it and let them be a difference in this game. The last thing Texas wants to do is give up a long drive and a touchdown on this first drive. They need to get Georgia off the field.
And, that's exactly what Georgia would like to do with Mike Bobo, their offensive coordinator. Take this crowd out of it, establish something early. I will say Georgia 92nd in the country in rushing yards per game coming into this game. So see if Texas can shut that down early. Little RPO action, drop, that hit the turf. Manny Muhammad on great coverage right there.
Yeah, you're going to be ahead of me. You're going to be ahead of me on the stream tonight, I think. So
okay. Well, tell me when you see the play, and I'll know how far back I am.
I'm just now getting to the snap. So yeah, ball thrown low, Manny Muhammad attached coverage on Dylan Bell there. That's a matchup we're watching. Well thrown ball by Carson Beck. Just really good coverage by Manny Muhammad and a pass break up there on a ball thrown a little low. Catchable football. Not much more you can ask there, but brings up 2nd and 10.
Yeah, 2nd and 10 for Carson Beck. Another pass. So back-to-back passes to start this game. That's across the middle and dropped by Arian Smith. It was open. Carson threw a good ball, and it is dropped by his top receiver. Texas will have their first 3rd down, and this is where we'll maybe see some exotic. They're going tempo here, Jerry. They're going fast here on 3rd and 10. Not let Texas get into maybe something exotic that they wanted to. Early strategy here on 3rd and 10 after 2 straight passes. It's going to be 3rd and long.
Yeah, that ball was behind there, behind the wide receiver. That was Dylan Bell again. But that ball was thrown behind. Good pressure on the outside. But he had time, but good pressure on the outside by, I believe it was Colin Simmons on that edge rush.
Yeah, I think Texas called timeout there. That was a game, gamesmanship. Georgia, even on 3rd and 10, went fast. Texas wasn't ready. And they're going to take a timeout, knowing, as you just said, Jerry, to get this team off the field and get the ball. They've got a chance to dial something up here on 3rd and 10. Yeah, it was behind him for sure. Wasn't a good throw, but still needs to be caught by a guy. That's not a terrible throw.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard when you're going full speed across the middle and that ball's back on your backside.
Yeah, and you're worried about contact.
But again, look, here's the replay of it right now. It's good pressure. That was Barron Sorrell with the pressure. Ball should have been caught, though. It wasn't on the hip. It was up by the eyes. That's a clear drop. My bad. Dylan Bell has to catch that football right there in this game. That was a big drop for Georgia.
All right, Dylan Bell with the drop. My bad. And it looked like Barron Sorrell might have got held on that play, too. He got great pressure, and now it's 3rd and 10.
Hey, that's a good sign if Barron Sorrell's getting pressure on Ernest Green early in this game. That's a good sign for the Texas Longhorns, because you would think it would be Colin Simmons or somebody getting that early pressure against Ernest Green, who's projected to be a 1st or 2nd round NFL draft pick. I saw his dad, by the way. His dad played in the NFL. I saw him today. He's a monster. But that's a good sign when Barron Sorrell is getting pressure on Carson Beck early.
All right, great job there. Texas is going to get off the field. You'll see it here, Jerry. Good pressure for Trey Moore and a couple others coming up the middle. Had to dump it off, and a good tackle, good rally and tackle by the Longhorns to prevent it anything more than a 5 or 6 yard gain. Georgia will have to punt with about 14 and a half to go, so Longhorns are going to get their first chance with the ball. 3 straight passes of note, no runs attempted that time by Georgia.
That was a heck of a lot of respect for the Texas pass rush on 3rd and 10 right there. That was a surprising play call for me. That's Georgia worried about Texas pass rush on that play call.
And a good punt here. That's going to get out of bounds, but and there's the crowded sidelines, Jerry. You'll see it. There's a lot of people that are going to have to be with their head on a swivel this weekend or this night, because there are a lot of people maybe not used to being on the sidelines for a football game, Jerry. Things can come at you come at you fast if you're not paying attention and you're on your phone,
No, absolutely. Yeah. Head on a swivel night for sure. But okay, yeah. Bold, it was going towards the sidelines. It went through his arms, but out of bounds. I look at all the people on the sidelines. Holy heck. All right, big series here for Quinn. Huge series here for Quinn. Not make or break in the game, but he needs a better start than Oklahoma. This Texas offense needs a better start in the first quarter than Oklahoma a week ago, because you're playing against the better offense this week. So no turnovers in your own territory in this game. So let's see what they get going with. Sark's going to throw it. It's just a who.
Yep, first down, Isaiah Bond that time. Look, not first down, but it's going to be 2nd and short for Texas. They come out throwing. Ball might have been tipped, but caught, and I think we're going to have 2nd and 2. Maybe 2nd and 1, yep. 9-yard gain for Isaiah Bond that time. Now it's Gunnar Helm with his first catch. That's going to be a first down off play action. Rally, you can see the speed of the Georgia defense on that play. Texas going fast too, Jerry.
They are. I'm just now getting to the 2nd and 1 to throw out the Helm. It's good little play design there. Helm in motion, fake like he was going to block an RPO, and then slipped it out to him for an easy little pitch and catch for first down.
And then they go fast to Juan Davis. You'll see this coming. They're going really fast. That's obviously part of the Texas strategy here tonight to get after this Georgia defense. Both sides going tempo. Both sides starting with 3 straight passes. But Quinn Ewers has completed all 3. He's already got 17 yards through the air. 3 different receivers. 2 of them tight ends. of note.
Yeah, if this is all Georgia's going to do from a pass rush standpoint, Sark and Quinn are going to they're going to have a nice night calling plays.
Now Trey Wisner off the backside, and he's got blocking, and that's going to be a first down, like that play call. The quarterback turned his back. You'll see it, Jerry turned his back on the field and handed it to a. That's kind of an odd play, but he had blocking out there with two receivers and Juan Davis.
Yeah, there's a good block by Matthew Golden there on the edge. That was Michael Williams. Gonna have to play more physical than that against Matthew Golden, guys. That's a projected first-round pick, Michael Williams, and did not get off the block of Matthew Golden. I mean, that ain't gonna get it done. But look at him limping. The ankle's still an issue for Michael Williams. He did not take on that block and look like a guy that could turn and run. He was limping noticeably.
All right, Ryan Wingo involved early. First catch goes for -1 here on a quick one. Good defense there. I agree. Well, and we talked to our Georgia insider this week, and they said that's part of it. That they've got guys that are playing that are their best players, but they are not 100%. And he looked like it on that. All right, now Georgia's going to have their first third down to deal with because Texas has gone backwards and then a short gain. Trey Wisner right up the middle, but a lot of different formations. Quick tempo, 3 to 4 different receivers have already touched the ball for Texas. Wisner's already got 2 carries. And I like the idea of Wisner as the number 1 running back here, Jerry, setting this thing up. And I think we'll see Jaden Blue as the change of pace guy. But Longhorns now with a 3rd and 9.
Yeah, they're going to run the inside zone. I mean, they're going to attack horizontally. They're going to run the inside zone, and they're going to Sark's going to kind of see what the defense is doing, especially deeper in the secondary, and work from there. So big 3rd and 9 coming, which they did not get.
All right, a lot of time for Quinn there, and he didn't see it, and he got rid of it, and that's a win for Georgia. They gave up a couple of first downs, 26 yards total, and now Texas will punt, but they blew up that quick throw to Ryan Wingo. They stopped the run up the middle by Wisner, and then covered up down the field, and Quinn just got rid of the football that time.
Yeah, good job. I mean, look, you can't see if anybody was open on the TV broadcast, obviously, but that was good time. That was good pass pro. Let's see it from this angle. But really good pass pro. It was only a 3-man pressure, and they essentially had a spy and dropped 7, but good coverage down the field. Good play call by Georgia defensively.
Yeah, agreed. And I thought Quinn handled that well. I mean, there wasn't anything there, and even Trey Wisner was not really looking when he threw it to him. So Sark will see that. So far, Texas had the better pass rush. Texas went 3 and out. Quinn not getting any heat at all so far, and we'll see. Texas moved the ball a little bit, got a couple first downs. Now Carson Beck's turn, number 2 here with the ball for the Longhorns. LSU now up 13-0 in Fayetteville, guys. So they're taking an early lead. They're playing good. I thought this was a spot to watch for Arkansas here, coming off that emotional overtime win over Ole Miss last week for LSU. But so far, LSU's come to play for Brian Kelly. They want to stay undefeated in conference play. We're also watching the Kentucky-Florida game. We're going to keep our eyes on this SMU-Stanford game earlier. If you missed it, Tennessee has beaten Alabama. Today, A&M has stayed undefeated in the SEC. They beat Mississippi State for Mike Elko's team coming off their bye week. Also interesting that Oklahoma lost to South Carolina today, Jerry. They were miserable.
It was bad. I mean, 35-9. And, I mean, that's a game that starts the seat getting really hot no matter what your contract is. So, I mean, look, if Oklahoma looks up and their only win the rest of the year is Maine, they got decisions to make. I'm just going to be real. They got decisions to make at that point. That cannot be the only win left on this schedule. But if today was any indication, maybe the only win left on the schedule. Yeah. So, I mean, that's that would be a 5-7 season in year 3.
The second in 3 years, because they did.
A lot of times that gets you fired at a blue blood.
At a blue blood, yeah. Especially, it just doesn't feel like they had a good plan for quarterback, plan for offense. I mean, it kind of feels like Jeff Levy and Dylan Gabriel brought one great year of offense for them. And beyond that, it was dreadful 2 years ago offensively, and again this year, because if you missed that, Michael Hawkins got the start, and South Carolina went down the field and scored a touchdown, and then back-to-back drives, pick sixes, a sack fumble for a touchdown, and then a pick 6 for a fumble. Jerry, with 10 minutes to go in the first quarter in Norman, it was 21-0.
Yeah,
It's 21
I saw none of it. People were just texting saying 6-0, 7-0, 14-0, and it was wild. And then one of the first few plays I saw of the game, I sat down for lunch, was the fake punt on your own 28 on, was it 4th and 9?
Yeah,
on the fake punt on your own 28.
Yeah,
that was a desperate move by a coach that knew he was in deep.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you can't be in this point, but it was 21-0. With 5 minutes into the game. 5 minutes into the game, it was 21-zip. And Jackson Arnold actually came in the game at one point for Michael Hawkins. So they're in a world of hurt at OU, and they still have to go to Ole Miss. They got to go to LSU, host Alabama. As you said, only that main game stands as a winnable game, it appears right now. All right, here we go. Quavo is on the sidelines. Grammy-nominated artist. There's Matthew McConaughey, of course, the minister. The MOC is looking good.
Oh yeah, he was fired up. He had a tweet video the day before the game. There you go. Yep. It's a who's who.
Yeah, Texas recruiting staff and the Texas whoever hands out the credentials, busy this week.
There's Joe Rogan. Yeah, we'd heard Joe Rogan and KD were going to be here as well.
Yeah, I'd heard the entire Phoenix Suns starting five was trying to get in here. Devin Booker and the crew. Sergio Garcia is in the house. Kelly Slater, Drew Brees. They're crazy. Everybody's here this weekend. Okay, there's KD.
There's a little run off the right side there out the B gap to Travis Etienne for about 6 yards, setting up a 2nd and 4 on the 23.
Yeah, first run play, and they get a 6-yard run. That's good for Georgia. Carson Beck wants to stay out of those 3rd and longs like they already had. That's their first run attempt of the ball game.
Well, I think it's big play time, baby.
Oh, there it is. Andrew Makuba with the pick. There it is. Hey, remember Jerry in the Michigan game, he had a huge standout game. That was a great play by a veteran player right there. INT Andrew Makuba, member of the 512 crew.
And look, that's just a great play by Makuba. Not a well-thrown ball or decision by Beck. Texas, he had a clean pocket. Texas didn't have pressure on him. This is where Carson Beck struggled. He had 3 interceptions against Bama. He had 2 against Mississippi State. That's his 6th interception in 3 games plus 6 minutes of SEC play. That is a high number. I don't care how many passing attempts you have a game. 6 interceptions through last 3 SEC games in half a quarter is a huge number. Great play, Andrew Makuba. The guy did his homework. Pretty good coverage by Anthony Hill. Not a poorly thrown ball. Maybe not the place to throw the ball, but Andrew Makuba.
Razzle dazzle. Oh, look. Oh, Trey Weiser dropped the ball. The play was set up. That was a great play. You'll see it here. But Andrew Makuba, Texas went double reverse, pitch back to Quinn, and Trey Weiser just dropped what would have been a huge gain.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, he might have been in the orange paint right there. Just dropped the ball. Wow. Great play call. Okay, he caught that one, but it's still going to be a shorter gain. Yeah, Georgia's trying to bow up. Texas, that's going to be one to remember.
That one hurts, guys.
That hurts. That hurts to drop that pass. That hurts. That was there. It's drawn up perfectly. Great play call, because instead of going for the deep one off the double reverse flea flicker, it ends up being underneath play, but it still was going to work for huge yardage.
Yeah, and here's the thing. So we got Texas has to capitalize here. They need to get a first down, get in field goal range here. I think they have a big 3rd and 4 coming.
Yeah, offsides Georgia.
You know, it's interesting. I was talking to somebody within the Georgia personnel before the game, and we were talking about how Will Muschamp is not an on-field coach this season, and he's not even at games on Saturdays. And they said, in his opinion, and this guy's very tied in on a day-to-day basis with the Georgia program, he said they're missing Muschamp in games defensively.
Is that his decision? It's just where he wants to be right now? He doesn't want to be at the game?
Yeah, that's his decision. Well, his son's playing at Vanderbilt, so there's a picture circulating of him at Vanderbilt last week. So he, on weekends, he goes to Vanderbilt to watch his kid. Him and Carol go watch his kid. He kind of gets with Georgia 3 days a week on the practice field with game planning. but he is not a coach on the field in the game, and they do miss it, apparently. That's what they're saying in Athens.
Wow. All right, so back-to-back penalties. It went from 3rd and 9 to 3rd and 4, now back to 3rd and 9 because that Longhorns had 2 players in motion at once. Matthew Golden and Isaiah Bond were both missed the snap count there. That's this kind of sloppiness you can't have after a turnover, drop pass, and a penalty here for the Longhorns, now 3rd and 9.
Yeah, that's the problem with the drop pass is now the penalty comes into play. The false start comes into play, right? That should have been a first down or a touchdown or a big gainer inside the 10. That drop pass comes back to haunt you on these drives.
All right, Malachi Starks with a good play there, and Texas will have to punt after the turnover. I mean, that Trey Wisner play will loom, but they're going to punt now. Georgia's defense is showing you why they're Georgia's defense, but Longhorns had him. That was a great play. Sark has been holding on to that one, and his one of his most reliable players just dropped a pass.
Yeah, I mean, somebody in the chat saying you can't win with this quarterback play. Quinn made a play to Trey Wisner, he dropped it. So man, it's not all on Quinn here now. That should have been a big gainer off a really good play call by Sark.
Well, and that throw there was a little lofted, but at the same time, it was great coverage by Malachi Starks, who's one of the best defensive backs in the country.
Yeah, he's a first-round safety.
Well, that was not ideal for Texas right there. You get the turnover, the great play by Makuba, reading the eyes of Carson Beck, making a tremendously athletic play. Your reliable running back drops a pass on a trick play. You have a penalty, and then even the punt wasn't great because it went into the end zone. So, I mean, you didn't pin them deep. So, did not execute there. That's one to note with 8:19 to go. Longhorns, though, showing the speed on defense so far. They've got a pick of Carson Beck. Couldn't take advantage of it, but they're also getting pressure on Carson Beck, certainly in that first drive, Jerry. That has to be optimistic for Johnny Nansen and Pete Kwiatkowski of the things they can do now to get after this quarterback.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Now, Texas is they're doing some really good things in terms of pass rush. Now, the interception by Carson Beck, that was a clean pocket step-in throw, just a really good play by Makuba. It's hard to see from our vantage point if there was somebody somewhere else Beck should have gone with the football. But Texas has gotten pressure when they need to. They're mixing it up. It's a really good start for the Texas defense, but a poor start really for Carson Beck. I mean, Dylan Bell did have a drop in there as well, but Carson Beck is not playing at a high level to start this game. And the Texas offense hasn't executed at a high level to start this game. So it's a big game. There's a little bit of nerves. I don't care how many of these games you played in. We'll see if teams start to settle in here on their third offensive possessions.
Yeah, and that one, Sark would call those plays self-inflicted wounds. I mean, the drop ball, that would have been a huge – we'd be having a totally different conversation because if he hits that, I mean, literally Trey Wisner may have been in the end zone on that play because there was nothing in front. There were just deep corners. And, who knows? If not, he's inside the 10-yard line on that play. A foot race would have ensued, and he said he dropped it. Then good defense by Georgia, and then a penalty. I mean, you're going to have 3rd and 4, which, in that spot, and think about that, Jerry, the offsides were after they gave you 5 on the defensive offsides, it's sitting at 3rd and 4. If you, don't get it, you might think about going for it on 4th and 4. Instead, the penalty drops you back to 3rd and 9, 3rd and long, and you don't convert. Now you punt. That just wasn't good execution by Texas.
No, well, it was not good execution. I mean, that Trey Wisner drop is a big one. Trey Wisner's a tremendous player. Has had a tremendous season, but in this game, those plays are huge because when you may not get a short field many times in this game, and you probably won't unless that Carson Beck has a terrible day or Georgia fumbles on the next possession. But when you have to take advantage of opportunities in this game, in this type of setting, that play right there, that catch and run might have been a touchdown or led to a touchdown. That would have absolutely sent that place electric and made it even tougher on Georgia in this game. I'm interested to see what Georgia does offensively here on this third drive because, look, they had decent protection on that interception from Carson Beck. These guys are now into the third drive, into that script. We're going to start to see these guys come off script soon. What are they seeing? How are they going to attack?
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, the points the play, but yeah, the momentum, the atmosphere after the pick and a quick explosive, that place would have been on fire. And again, it's not, we know Trey Wisner's father watches this broadcast, and we're not ripping the young guy. It's just a play you need to make in that spot. He knows that, and they'll have other opportunities here. Just halfway through the first quarter, nearing halfway point of the first quarter. Texas nothing, Georgia nothing here. But here comes Georgia with their second run play of the game. Second time it's worked. This time it's off the right side again. Looks like they want to attack that right side or left side of the Texas defense, Jerry. 2 runs there off their right tackle.
Yeah, and they pulled the left guard on that play. Got a good block by I think it was Oscar Delp at tight end. Got him to the edge there. They ran it to the boundary side of the field, but just a little counter action there.
2 carries now for 9 yards for Trevor Etienne.
And this is going to be the key early for Texas is if Georgia has any success running the football early, that's going to change how Texas plays the box. Right now, they're playing pretty much with a 6-man box.
Yeah, now it's 3 carries for 31 yards. There's Trevor Etienne ripping off an 18-yard gain right up the gut of Texas. Another little counter move there. And Trevor Etienne is now establishing the ground. He's over 10 yards of carry on 3 totes. And we'll see if they stick with that. Carson Beck's already got an interception. They have to establish that. Texas needs to bow up here.
Yeah, good block there on Leonga Lafau, the inside backer. But look, if Etienne, they start running downhill a little bit, Texas is going to have to bring that safety up. And that's what Georgia wants in this game because Texas is playing their safeties with a little depth right now. And if that lighter box doesn't stop the Georgia run game, you have to start bringing that extra safety, and that's what Georgia wants to have happen.
Yeah, now a good read and a good throw from Carson Beck. They faked the little quick screen, and then just had 3 options there. Goes underneath, and good play. Luke Lucky there, the tight end.
Looking at this, obviously, there are three receivers with one being the tight end, Lucky to the field side. Colin Simmons coming off the edge there. Right guard holds up and pass pro, gives him time. Well-designed route. Made Andrew Bakuma make a decision on that play. Ran the tight end underneath the vertical route.
Yeah, I like that play call right there by Mike Bobo, settling down his quarterback. So a couple of explosive plays on this. 21-yard pass to the tight end, an 18-yard run for Trevor Etienne, and they're now down into the high red zone, their first drive. And it feels like, you got to feel like Georgia felt like they dodged a bullet there, Jerry, that they didn't give up points, and now they have a little pep in their step here, trying to go get Texas and put the first points on the board as they will, Texas.
Hey, here we go again. But by the way, one quick thing before I think we have another one coming up. Alfred Collins, they bring in Bill Norton, the ex-Georgia Bulldog, for more size on the interior. They gutted him on a couple of runs early on. They bring in Norton to go with Alfred Collins on the interior.
All right, so it's going to be 3rd and 9. They're going to call this incomplete on Jade Barron. Did he get his hands underneath it? We'll see. Yeah, hit the ground. Yeah, it's going to be 3rd and 9. That's another 3rd and long. We'll see what Mike Bobo draws up here. Probably see it's Texas is going to play back here, bring a 4-man rush. It looks like no pressure. Yeah, Etienne. All right, Etienne's been a big factor here. Now he catches a pass on 3rd and 9. He gets across the first down marker and down to the 20-yard line. Georgia in business now, in field goal range, and Trevor Etienne has been big here. Texas just dropped everybody, and no one covered the running back.
Yeah, and Etienne made a play. I mean, he made a play against Anthony Hill there. That was a 4-man pressure, and one of those 4 was Bill Norton, a nose tackle. So it's really a 3-man. It's really a 3-man pressure at that point. So Texas really only rushed 3 on that play because 1 was a nose guard that is not a penetrator. And Norton almost got his paw on that ball.
Good pressure that time by Barron Sorrells and almost pushed the blocker right into the quarterback. He got rid of it and completed, but Barron Sorrells having a good first half here, or good first quarter.
Yeah, and that's Barron Sorrell working against Ernest Green too, by the way. So it goes right around Ernest Green. Ernest Green looked slow in his pass set, honestly, on that play. Good thing they had running back Chip help to his side, but that was more of a bad play by Ernest Green. But Barron Sorrell is very active tonight. I mean, that was just a drop. That was a waist bend, drop the head against Barron Sorrell. That will get your quarterback killed.
All right, so Texas is going to get another third down here. Good defense, be 3rd and 8. Last time, dropped everybody, didn't bring pressure, and the completion to ETN for the first down. This is obviously a points play here. Georgia in field goal range. You get the stop. If not, all of a sudden you start thinking about touchdown for Georgia. Like to get this stop right here on Carson Beck. Longhorns blew their opportunity after the interception to try to get points, and now Georgia's trying to get the first points of this first quarter. With another third down. They weren't good early, and now they've converted their last one.
Man, Carson Beck, man, baby, losing money in the draft tonight.
Oh, yeah. Well, drop pass, too. I mean, Jahdae Barron and Mandrew Makuba, the 5-1-2 crew, are making plays here. Each member, one from Pflugerville Conley, one from LBJ with interception so far. Texas wasn't able to take advantage of Makuba's pick and score points. Now this one takes points off the board. I think Lou Lucky's got to catch that ball.
They had a little pressure up the B gap on Carson Beck, though. But that's a play. He's got to throw a technically catchable ball. He's got to throw a better pass than that. He's a second-year starter. Had some B gap pressure, but it wasn't like they were in his face on that release.
Yeah, you're right about that. So that's not a good throw. I mean, that was high and right. And, it's one of those anytime those are often picked when they tip it up like that. Now Texas will be buried inside their own 10-yard line, but boy, no points. So a low-scoring first quarter here, or a no-scoring first quarter here. Let me tell you, our first quarter is brought to you by our friends at ATX Trees. Love telling you about these folks. And, it's one of those kind of companies that you don't know is out there that you need to know is out there. If you want established trees for your home, your business, your property, you don't want to wait for a decade for a tree to grow for shade in your backyard, in a home you've just bought or a home you're going to build, and you want established trees for your property, rows of trees. ATX Trees is the way to go from their tree farm to your house and your property or business. They grow them year round. They have for more than 25 years. The Cedillos are a family-owned company going on 3 decades here in Central Texas. They've got a tree farm in Liberty Hill. They've got one out in Dripping Springs. And again, these tree sizes over 30 gallons. These are the big trees. They deliver them to your home. They pull them out of their tree farm, put them in properly, all the nutrients you need. Then they put a long warranty on it. They'll help you keep them healthy and help them thrive from transplant to your yard. And they have over 18 varieties of native trees in stock. Tree sizes, we said, over 30 gallons. Special orders also available. If there's a tree that they don't have in stock, they'll get it for you. Tree installation, removal, trimming, and landscaping. That's the other thing. Once they put in the trees, they'll help you keep them pretty and prune them, when you need it every couple of years to trim them back. They also have great experience in the xeriscape business for your yard. If you're tired of brown grass and trying to maintain that yard in the drought conditions here in Central Texas, and you can save water and water bills, you can eliminate that with those xeriscapes. They do an amazing job of the xeriscapes for the water-wise plants and the pops of color. As you see the example there on the screen, just amazing work that they do for your home and for your business. And look at those specials: free delivery and installation and warranties right now with ATX Trees, 10% off of all phone orders when you call them at 749-5149. That's 512-749-5149. And a $200 deal right now on any xeriscape project of $2,500 or more at ATX Trees. Those xeriscapes are amazing. They're based out of Dripping Springs, but a tree farm in Liberty Hill. They are tremendous in Central Texas, a great family. The Cedillos, from their tree farm to your home or property or business, atxtrees.com. Can't thank them enough. They're our partner in the first quarter. All right, Jerry, you think this thing settles in now? I mean, 2 Carson Beck turnovers now, one great play by Andrew Makuba, reading his eyes and knowing tendencies and understanding, kind of he'll lock in on a guy across the middle and coming back and getting it. And then, a throw that takes points off the board for Carson Beck. He just makes a bad throw. And, of course, Jahdae Barron, Johnny on the spot. But this Texas offense has to get itself in gear. Only 30 total yards now in 2 drives so far.
Georgia's been dropping 8 majority of the time. Let's see if they bring heat now and with Texas inside the 10. That's kind of what that's what I'm looking for. Does Georgia bring an extra number or 2 with Texas backed up?
All right, Wisner not getting much there as Georgia was ready for that. Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see what Texas how they try to attack this and how aggressive Sark is out of his own end zone. But you'd like to move the ball here and avoid punting it right back to Carson Beck. It's going to be 3-yard gain for Wisner on first down. Now let's see if they go pass here. We're going for the deep shot. Ryan Wingo is all right. They're going to call pass interference there.
Yeah,
that's a good call. Yeah, take the deep shot. See if you can get it. You're going to get a 15-yard penalty, get off your own goal line. I like the fact that Ryan Wingo is getting involved early here, Jerry.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, he can win that one-on-one matchup. Look, ball was underthrown. That's what I want to see. Does Georgia give a little inside leverage and dare Quinn to throw the ball vertically along the sidelines? That's not his strength. His deep ball over the middle is much better than along the sidelines. Ryan Wingo had a step, kind of brought his defender in, but clear pass interference.
Yep, that's going to get Texas a first down and off of their goal line after the interception by Jahdae Barron. And that was a big third down for Texas.
Oh, I see in this chat somebody saying that Georgia comms are down.
Yeah, Jerry. Yeah, they may have a down. Yeah, they're Kirby Smart saying he doesn't have headset.
Welcome to the SEC. Turn your comms off. So somebody somebody in the chat earlier said Georgia should be up a lot. Well, I mean, should they? If Trey Wisner catches that ball, this game should be 7-7, 7-3. I mean, I'm not so sure about that. That was a big missed opportunity in the red zone. Obviously, Carson Beck had a couple of turnovers, but both teams have kind of fired off one on the toes here, let's say.
Yeah, Steve Sarkisian can't be real happy with the execution of his offense so far. I mean, that would be the word. The self-inflicted wounds have been there with some drops and with some penalties here. Let's see if they get this thing going now after that penalty. As Trey Wisner, if you're just tuning in, started this game a running back and has really gotten the workload. That's a nice gain on first down, first 4 yards. What do you think about this, Jerry, going with Trey Wisner early and maybe see Jaden Blue kind of as the change of pace guy here into the second quarter, with the speed?
Yeah, I think so. Look, I think that tells you how Texas wants to attack the run game against Georgia. Which running back's in the game? It does tell you something in the pass game, obviously the blue, but it really tells you how they want to attack Georgia's front in the run game, that front seven. And look, Georgia's going to play the run well, but you got to keep running the football.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, they have good players. Everybody up there is going to be drafted for Georgia in some round in an NFL draft in the next 2 or 3 years. They have really good players. They've recruited top 2 classes for 6 straight years.
Oh, there's the blitz fumble. Oh boy, that's going to be Georgia ball potentially. Wow, they came with the black backside blitz that Quinn Ewers did not see. Quinn Ewers got hit hard, and that's going to be Georgia ball inside the 15-yard line.
Came with the corner blitz off the boundary side. I think that was Harris, and that's a big play. Really good play call there by Georgia.
Yeah, no one saw it. I mean, they had trips to the right, Jerry. Ryan Wingo was singled on the short side, and the corner came right off it. Jaden Blue picked up a blitz that was coming up the middle, and there was no one to pick up the blitzing cornerback. Good call by Kirby Smart. Really good call. Hey, game-changing play there.
Sometimes you got to give people credit. That was a good play call by Georgia. And you know what? What made that play is Georgia. Obviously, we don't have the coach film, but the first read was not open on that. So Quinn has to start scanning back towards the field, and the corner had time to get there on the blitz.
All right, we'll see if Texas can bow up here because now it's, Another opportunity, Bell with the run on the little inside handoff. Approaching the end of the first quarter now, but yeah, huge game-changing play. Texas got the pick to prevent the points, and now Georgia forces the turnover on a 3rd and 5 to get the ball right back and put themselves back in scoring zone. All right, good play that time. Is that going to be a first down, or is it going to be? If it is, it's 1st and goal. It's going to be wherever they spot this ball. Looks like it's going to be close. Yeah, that's going to be 3rd and short there.
Yeah, I think
or they're giving him 1st and goal. He must have rolled on top of his blocker and never hit the ground, but that was close. But either way, see if they're now 1st and goal.
Good block on the edge there to free up ETN to get the first down. Really good block there on the edge.
So that's another throw that I think Carson Beck would rather have back. That looked open. Lucky just didn't catch. Okay, that throw was fine. Sorry, Carson Beck. That was a catch that needs to be caught to the ground. Would have been a touchdown. Instead, it's going to be 2nd and goal.
Yeah, that's just a clean drop by by good throw, Carson Beck. Pretty good coverage, but dropped by Lawson Lucky, and I'm surprised they didn't take a second look at that.
All right, ETN touchdown off the right side. Everything running really has been up the middle or right side for them against the Texas left side of the defense. Little toss sweep, and it's 6-0 Georgia, almost the end of the first quarter, brought to you by ATX Trees and atxtrees.com. That's not a great offensive first quarter, Jerry Hamilton, for sure, because only 20 yards total offense, a turnover, a lack of execution after a turnover, and the Longhorns are down 7-0.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's another rough first quarter offensively, just like Oklahoma last week. And in this game, you were gifted really good field position, then had a key drop there, which probably definitely would have resulted in points. So neither quarterback playing a high-level football game right now. That's safe to say. Neither quarterback playing a high-level game right now. Carson Beck has 2 turnovers. Quinn Ewers has 1. So we're going to see now these coaches will be coming off scripts, and we'll see what they dial up and where they think they can attack coming up here in the second quarter. This is a big quarter for these offensive coordinators, play callers, because what are they seeing from their vantage point that maybe we can't see on a TV screen? And you're going to see where they start attacking. But if I had a concern for Texas in this quarter, it's that ETN's has 4 carries for 33 yards in this game. And it hasn't been all the same runs. There you see just more of the toss on the touchdown, but they hit him on an inside run. They've hit him on an outside run. So Travis Etienne, Georgia, run game, as long as Carson Beck stops turning the ball over, Georgia's run game looks like they're going to have a chance. And how will Texas kind of combat that? Will they have to bring that safety closer to the line of scrimmage? Will they have to start playing with 6.5 to 7 in the box? Because if that becomes the case, then the Texas corners are going to be left in one-on-ones more so against fast wide receivers of Georgia.
Watch out here. We have Matthew Golden with a chance for a huge kickoff return, and he's got it. He's down inside the 25-yard line. What a return. 65 yards, or no more than that. There's a flag, though. Flag, Jerry.
Yeah, this is Matthew Golden. This is where he's at his strength. He is a natural kickoff return man. He hits it, but also has patience. He has running back vision and feel on kickoff returns, but obviously you got a hold there. But again, Texas now starts with their best field position of the game.
Well, no, they're not, because the penalty happened way back on their end, and they're going to be backed up. Not actually. That was on. Yeah, that's another mistake by Texas. I mean, that's the story of the first half for the Longhorns offensively. is just execution, penalties, self-inflicted stuff. Warren Roberson, I think, number 24, got that call.
Sorry, I was looking at the box score because I'm running a few seconds behind. So 1st and 10 from the 9, absolutely not where you want to be.
Yeah, Texas, their own worst enemy. That's the end of the first quarter, guys. 7-0 Texas, 85 total yards for Georgia to 20.
Yeah, 85 total yards to 20. Texas is backed up and they're at their own 9. Now to start the second quarter, obvious holding call right there. Hands outside on the helmet, outside the shoulder pads on the helmet. So, look, 2 weeks in a row, not a great offensive start to say the least. Last week it was Quinn with an overthrow and a missed touchdown pass. This week it was Trey Wisner with the drop that would have been a big gainer, if not a touchdown. So kept set Texas back a little bit, but Texas then had a false start. They never got the field goal position after being gifted a possession by Carson Beck. Neither quarterback sharp. Carson Beck, 2 interceptions, not accurate. He made a good throw to Lawson, lucky there, but has not had an accurate evening so far. And Texas, it's not like Texas is in his face every time. There's been 2 or 3 of those errant throws with a clean pocket and one of those interceptions as well. Quinn, look, we're going to have to see if Texas, Georgia's dropping 8 a lot of times. We'll have to see if Texas is going to start being able to attack down the field because what thing Georgia has, the quick game, Georgia's got the athleticism to eat up grass and eat up angle and eat up and keep you from getting chunk yards in the short passing game. That's the difference between Georgia and a Michigan is they just have more speed in their back 7 as a whole group. So that's going to be interesting to see if Texas starts, if they can get anything throwing the ball down the field. It's going to have to be really accurate throws by Quinn. And I think Georgia is challenging Texas to throw it vertically down the sidelines. Look, if you've studied Quinn, then deep along the sidelines is probably his least accurate throws he makes on a football field. And we talked about early in the week. If I was Georgia, I was saying, do you even give up some inside leverage and say, I dare you to do it? See if you complete one on me. I think we're seeing Georgia do a little bit of that early on.
Hey, Coach Shipley, how you doing? Yeah, 7-0 Georgia. Texas stepping up in class, and so far not a great first quarter for Texas. It really feels like a game that should be 7-7 if Texas executes after the Andrew Makuba interception. They didn't. They had a penalty and a drop ball that would have been a big play. Both teams traded turnovers in the Georgia zone, and Georgia ended up with a touchdown. But 85 yards to 20. What have you seen so far?
Yeah, just Texas just needs to get on track offensively. I was a little worried about this game because this is the best, obviously the most athletic team Texas faced, and we all wondered how we would respond to that, how we would be able to, to handle the talent that they have. And so far, most of our stuff has been self-inflicted offensively.
Yep, and you give credit, where a corner blitz that just a great call and a great spot by a really good defensive coordinator and Kirby Smart, and he flips a turnover that leads to a touchdown. It really was Texas not being able to score a touchdown or points at all after they got a turnover that has Texas with a goose egg, and see if they can impact this game here now inside their own 10-yard line to start this drive. Quinn Ewers is going to run and slide, but picks up positive yards. Be a 3rd down here for Texas. Yeah, I mean,
that's Isaiah Bond just having to play defensive back on that. Just not a great throw. He had to make sure that was not intercepted, of course. Where are you guys?
Yeah, I saw that. I just now saw that play,
Okay.
Coach, and with you. I mean, Quinn's not having a great half right now. They need to get him going with this offense, but yeah, I mean, that's a throw that really was never open. I don't know what he saw. I'm about to watch a 3rd and 7 play here with the 14:25 to go, Coach. So we'll see. Oh, now a sack at the 1 yard line. This is not going well for Texas right now. Georgia's defense has Quinn Ewers confused, and they're winning the field position battle without a doubt. And Texas's penalties, that penalty, Coach, on that kick return, really a bad deal to take a long kick return away and on a holding call to set up, inside the 10-yard line.
Yeah, that was huge.
And again, that's a 3.5-man pressure drop in 7 or 8. I mean, is what that is.
Now Texas is going to get a illegal substitution penalty.
That's Jalen Walker. Kelvin Banks held up pretty well against Jalen Walker, who is a big-time pass rusher, guys. He's going to be a really good pass rusher in the NFL. Banks held up pretty well. Quinn's got to get the ball out.
Yeah, Quinn does not look like he's seeing the field real well right now, guys. Or at least what he's seeing is confusing him.
Yeah, Georgia's going to wind up having great field position.
Yep, they are.
With the punt out of this end zone.
And it's still Ratliff punting for Texas. And, yeah, they're going to have the ball in field goal range to start this drive, if not better. So, yes, this is – yeah, I mean, this game, really flipped. Texas had momentum like crazy after the Makuba interception. Could keep going back to the Trey Wisner drop on the trick play that was set up perfectly. But Texas ends up not moving the ball there. And then, this last stretch of game has been played all in Texas territory. And Georgia has taken control of this football game that way. And, it really feels like that Trey Wisner drop, Jerry, and then the corner blitz call has really flipped this football game. Because that corner blitz came on a 3rd and 4 where, you get the first down, maybe you're rolling at that point. You had the pass interference call against Ryan Wingo. Instead, they make the right call, and now, throw that on top of the penalty on the kick return, and all of a sudden Georgia has a chance to go up 2 scores.
Yeah, and look, Texas is going to have to bring numbers. They got to get pressure on Carson Beck. He will turn the ball over if you get pressure. They're going to have to start taking a little risk and bringing more pressure on Carson Beck to try to stem the tide right now. I mean, that's just the reality. And look, we have to. The one thing I can't sit here and say everybody's saying Quinn needs to get pulled. I can't say that. I'm not watching the coach tape. I mean, I'm not sitting here seeing who's open. I think there's a lot of people are guessing right now that are watching.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt.
They're just mad. They're just mad, and understandably. But there's a lot of football to be played. There's Anthony Hill making a play right now. Because it's 3-yard loss for Anthony Hill, his first tackle for loss of this game. Defense needs to stand up right now, make a play. They've already made 2, but they're going to have to make some more here in this game until the offense gets on track. Texas offense right now with 14 total yards into the second quarter.
Yeah, so Georgia now with a big 3rd and 7.
Yeah, this is a big play by Coach because a field goal attempt doesn't kill you, then you can get regrouped here before the half, or early in the second quarter here, but you got to get a stop on this one. 3rd and 7, Anthony Hill got you a negative play on the first down play with a great athletic effort, and now you've got a 3rd down. See if they bring pressure. I agree with you, Jerry. Might be time to start bringing some numbers. You feel like you're getting covered on the back end.
You're going to have to. I mean, look, Texas blitzes. I mean, Gabe Eichert said it. Texas blitzes less than any team he had seen going into the Oklahoma game last week. But look, this is a game where you're going to have to bring numbers. You can't let Mike Bobo get comfortable, and you can't let Carson Beck get comfortable. And he's thrown a couple interceptions, and arguably both of them are on him. But you're going to have to bring numbers in this game.
All right, that's first down, Georgia. Nice play call and an overthrow that time by Carson Beck on the first down play. But Georgia really taking control of this game right now.
I mean, look, they're playing Michael Taft 18 yards off the ball. I mean, 18 yards off the ball. Not going to work.
Yeah, they did bring Leon LaFau that time on a blitz, but he did not get home. And Texas needs to stop here without a doubt. It's now 2nd and 10.
If your safety's 18 yards off the ball, that's a lot of ground he has to cover if he's got to play downhill at all.
So how long do you guys think he'll continue with Quinn if things go the way they've gone?
Yeah, that's the tough thing, Coach. Watching this game, like without the end zone view, if Quinn's missing guys, then he's got to consider it. If there's nobody there, then I don't know what he does at that point.
Yeah, that's true. That's a great point.
If he makes a move, then that means there is a lot we are not seeing on this TV screen that Quinn is missing.
Yeah. So Georgia's going to have to try for a field goal after a third down attempt.
Yeah, well, that was Gator hands. That's how they dropped Barron Sorrells this time, Jerry and Coach, into coverage. Great call by PK. Instead of blitzing and brought numbers, they actually dropped Barron Sorrells and brought people off the left side, and he threw right into it. It was a good play, and the receiver wanted no part of that.
No, he didn't want any part of that.
Oh, wow. Dominic, love it, man. Wow. He did not want contact. Jeez, you're in the red zone, man, on the road. Kirby jumped his butt, too. If you're going to alligator arm this ball on the road in the red zone, you don't need to be in this game, man. That was bad. You got to help your quarterback, who's already had a rough night. That was bad, bad, bad.
All right, Texas now down 10-0, 10:46 to go, second quarter. Our second quarter is brought to you by Anthony Hippolito. Vote for my buddy Anthony for sheriff of Hays County. A lot of you have already gone to the ballot box in Hays County and other places, early voting as well. If you are and live in Hays County or have relatives or friends or family living in Hays, I encourage you to do me a favor and do Anthony a favor and tell him to vote for Anthony for Hays County Sheriff. It's an important election, obviously, for a lot of things, but certainly for one of the fastest growing counties in the state. And Anthony brings almost 30 years of law enforcement experience. He's a lifelong Hays County resident. Essentially went to Hays High School, was APD for 25 years, retired, and is now working in the sheriff's office there in Hays County under Gary Cutler, the current sheriff, who has endorsed him and knows he would be a great choice to succeed him and keep the strong pushes going for the fentanyl crisis, our safety in our schools in Hays County, and all of the safety needs of people. Also, a transparent sheriff's department is what he wants. He wants the public to know what's going on, and we'll do everything he can to make sure it's in a transparent sheriff's department under his leadership. Vote for Anthony. He has got the experience. He is a community leader and wants to get your vote coming up on early November. Or if you're already voting early, vote for Anthony for Hays County Sheriff. He's also a P1 and an avid viewer of the On Texas Football channel. All right, guys, 10-0. Texas is hardly trails in the game at all this year. I think 3-0 against Oklahoma for a few minutes of that game is all they've trailed. Now here they are down 10-0. You said it, Coach Shipley, only 14 yards. The offense has not gotten on track. What do we think happens here, Jerry and Coach, on how to get this offense revved up? First, you got to stop shooting yourself in the foot, dropping passes and having penalties. But beyond that, how do you get this thing cranked up?
Well, I think Sark's got to get in a rhythm, a play calling rhythm, and Quinn needs to get in a rhythm where we're moving the ball, just moving the sticks down the field. That's what I would focus on. First down is huge. You've got to make yardage on first down, not have a second and third and long. Those are just drive killers, I just don't feel like Sark's has been able to just really get in a rhythm. Quinn hadn't either. And give credit to Kirby Smart. I mean, we knew they weren't going to, they were going to give us some looks they haven't seen before. This is a huge game, obviously, in the SEC standings. And Kirby Smart's probably showing us things he hadn't seen before. And so hopefully they're going to be able to make some adjustments.
Coach, I mean, look, they're dropping 7 or 8. They're not even bringing numbers. They brought numbers maybe one play in this game. Primetime dog, Texas hadn't played anybody. I mean, come on, man. You lost to Alabama. As Alabama's got 2 losses now. It's a good football game. Just let the game play out, man. We're having fun here. Don't be an idiot. it's going to be interesting to see if Sark and Quinn can solve this together. 7 or 8 dropping. They have to solve that because what Georgia has above all other teams Texas will play this year, they have back 7 speed to close angles, coach, and close windows is what they have. So you're going to have to solve that 7 and 8 drop in this game. And they need to solve it right now. Look, the first time Texas has been down 2 scores all season long. And we said, what happens? Because now Georgia's effectively taken the crowd out of the game. So how's Texas going to respond? Texas has had a little adversity this year. This is their first real adversity this season outside of losing Cedric Baxter before the season.
Well, I think, guys, the biggest number for me as we look at the stat sheet here on the On Texas Football Watch Along, Texas is averaging 3.6 yards per rush, and Travis Etienne's at 8. I mean, they've got a little bit of a running game going. Texas is not yet, and it's putting them in third and longs, and then you put the penalties on top of it and drop passes. I think Coach is right. You got to get in rhythm here and get some plays going, get some momentum for your offense, and get Georgia on its heels because Georgia has been dictating this game for a good bit here now. But now, good gain on first down. To Ryan Niblett to get 4 yards, but that was essentially a running play. But they got to get some rhythm going.
Yeah, they do. They don't want to be in a third and long situation, which they try to throw a screen back to Wisner. Doesn't work. So Texas, unfortunately, looking at a 3rd and 6.
Yeah, and Georgia's all over this. I mean, they're playing. This is the best defensive game they've played since the Kentucky game, even earlier than that. They've been giving up a lot of yards the last couple of weeks. They look sharp today. I mean, they're you can put that on Quinn Ewers, but that's a play call that they read, and we're sitting in Trey Wiseman's hip pocket.
You're not going to like this play.
Spreading the field, going 5 wide here against Quinn Ewers. Wow. All right, second turnover for Texas. Georgia has 2. Texas has 2. Georgia has not paid for theirs, and Texas has. That's the second in their own territory. That's a terrible throw by Quinn Ewers.
Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of us were predicting that Quinn would come back with a huge game tonight after a mediocre performance against OU. But he's giving the ball back over to Georgia on the Texas side of the field. They got the ball on the 34-yard line.
Yep, and that's another short field. Last time it led to a touchdown after the sack fumble, then a Texas penalty on the kick return, and all of a sudden they're punting out of their own end zone, which led to a field goal, and now they're going empty, trying to attack Texas immediately here after another turnover. 4 so far between both teams, but only Georgia has capitalized. Good tackle by Jalen Gilbo on the first down play. This Texas defense is trying their darndest here, but the offense only has 19 yards and 2 turnovers so far. They're averaging 3.6 yards a game, a tote on the ground. And Quinn Ewers now 5 for 11 with a quarterback rating of 43, and we're almost halfway through the second quarter.
Yeah, so Georgia gave Carson Beck really good time there. Opposite field hash throw, a long throw outside the numbers there for an easy pitch and catch on first down.
Yeah, Georgia came into this game obviously with great schemes on both sides of the ball because they're taking advantage of our defense in ways that we haven't seen yet. Of course, we haven't seen this amount of talent. So Georgia now with the ball on the 15-yard line, 1st and 10.
Yeah, bad tackling by Jalen Gilbo that time. He had the coverage there, didn't get the ball carried to the ground. Michael Taft missed a tackle as well, and what should have been a short gain turns out to be an explosive play inside the 10-yard line, and Georgia's on a roll right now, without a doubt. Texas is on their heels and in a spot they have not been all year long. Travis Etienne is going to score. It's a touchdown, and the Longhorns are down 3 scores in the midway through the second quarter.
Not at all what we expected or what I'm sure Sark and his staff expected. But we've got a lot of talent on the field. We've got a lot of talent on this team. So hopefully we'll make some adjustments and make a comeback. It's just going to be interesting to see what Sark does at quarterback.
Yeah, quarterbacks are now even on turnovers 2-2. But the problem is both the Quinns were in really bad spots.
Yeah.
Really bad spots.
That's a difference. Yeah.
Let's see. ETN did get it over. Really good running back. Going to be a really good pro. I think this ETN kid's going to be a really good NFL player, man. It's interesting to me that he wasn't even the starter at Florida, transfers to Georgia, and he is looking like a really good NFL prospect. And they hadn't put up big yards in a game necessarily, but I think this guy's going to be a really good NFL player. People have been stacking the box against Georgia, against the run, prior to the Texas game.
Well, I mean, it's there, and you weren't with us in the pregame, Coach, but this is what a dog backed into a corner looks like, right? That knows they can't lose this ball game, knows they were doubted all week long and told that Texas is the better team, and they've turned the tide in this thing, and they've come out and whooped Texas for the first. This is 17-0 with 2 Carson Beck turnovers. Carson Beck's thrown 2 interceptions, and it's still 17-0. Obviously, Quinn Ewers has thrown one of his own, and they've had the sack fumble for a turnover as well. Turnovers are even. But now it looks like to me, guys, a team that one is playing desperate football with a lot of talent. The other one playing like they haven't been challenged like this yet and haven't been in a heavyweight match yet.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Look, and we talked about going in. This is the first team all season that you stood across from, and they have just as big of players as you do, and probably more team speed 1 through 85. Georgia's recruited on average top 2 classes for about 7 years now. This is an extremely talented team that has not played up to their talent level this season. And look, Texas is not the fastest team on the football field. That's one thing I'll say, and that's pretty evident right now.
Yep. Well, and look at those rushing yards per tote, 9.5, 9.6 for Trevor Etienne, Trey Wisner, 3.6, and that's leading to 3rd and longs. The penalties, turnovers are what is it, 3-2 now for Texas with turnovers. I mean, it's not been a great run here for the Longhorns. You just said it, Coach, though. What does Sark do at quarterback? Do you think there's a thought and a chance that they make a move here?
I think it's going to have to be a pretty desperate situation. I've said all week, the last thing we need is a divided locker room over the quarterback situation. But this is a game we really need to win. So I don't know if he's going to take a shot or not,
Yeah.
We'll see.
Well, I mean, 17 passing yards, only 2 rushing yards. You'd like to say, let's get a run game going. But right now, this Georgia, as you just said, Jerry, is the team playing downhill. They're the team playing fast. They're the team playing confident. Texas has been staggered here. It's only the early rounds of a fight, but you're now have dug yourself a pretty good hole. Yeah,
I mean, so it's hard to say unless you have the coach tape. But here's what I think's happening as far as the wide receivers. That play to Helm, that was a bad decision by Quinn. Although he would have had to make a quick throw there. The safety was going to close that gap too. It wouldn't have been like a big gain or anything, but the throw was there. But I think Georgia is going to dare them to throw it vertically outside. They're dropping 7-8. All right, you want to throw it down the sidelines? Go for it, because that's not Quinn's strength at all. I think Georgia's inviting those throws. We talked about it early in the week that would Georgia do that, even give up some inside leverage at the corner position at times. Georgia's daring Texas to throw the ball down the field outside the numbers. They're going to have to complete some of them because the middle is not open.
Yep. Well, we'll see. I mean, thinking positively, you got to manage a drive here, get some points on the board. With 8:30 to go in the first half, second quarter, Texas does get the ball at a halftime. And, if you could navigate and get a touchdown drive, get a stop, maybe kick a field goal, you come out with the ball. I mean, these are the things you got to be thinking as far as your Sark. But first and foremost, you got to get a rhythm on offense. Your offensive line has got to start getting a push. If you're a Joe Moore award-winning line, you start pushing this team a little bit because they're getting pushed right now. and that's allowing them to drop 7 and 8, Jerry, because they're not not holding up in pass pro, and they're not holding up with the run game right now.
Yeah, and this is somebody said in the chat, is this the guy? I think somebody said in the chat, is this the game you missed Cedric backs or something to that? We've been waiting for that to see what happens on a game where you need to just run the football inside and just get 2, get 3, move the pile. So this is going to be key for Texas because most of their runs, they don't have the downhill back on this team right now.
Yeah, Georgia obviously coming to this game with a really good game plan is to slow down our offense, and they've certainly done that as Texas now is facing a 3rd and 11.
Yep, third downs have not been good for Texas. Obviously, they're 0 for 5. This would be their first if they can convert it. They've also had turnovers on third down, and so here we go. This is not the drive there. Texas getting overwhelmed right now, guys. This went from where Texas had a chance to take the early momentum on the trick play, and since that point, this has been an overwhelming performance by Georgia.
No doubt.
Well, now they brought the blitz, and the ball goes down, and another sack, and Georgia looks like Georgia, and Texas looks lost right now.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, and Quinn just looks uncomfortable. I mean, he doesn't really want to throw the ball right now. He doesn't look like he's engaged in this game, and Georgia is sensing blood in the water, I think is the way I would put it.
Well, if he's going to make a move, he needs to make it pretty quick before this game gets out of hand.
Yeah, you might need to. I know you don't want a quarterback controversy, but your offense has got 15 total yards. It doesn't help that they have -2 rushing yards at this point of the game. That's not ideal either, and 3 turnovers, but or 2 turnovers, I should say. But 3 sacks for Georgia, none for Texas. Jerry, I mean, it started, I felt pretty good for Texas. They had the first drive, they moved it a little bit, punted, got the ball back, forced a turnover, had short field when they didn't execute there. I'm sure that's something Sark will talk about. And then really since that Trey Wisner drop and the penalty and Longhorns not getting points off the Makuba interception, it's been all Georgia. I mean, absolutely all Georgia.
Yeah, and again, the outside of, whether it's just bad quarterback play, we're about to find out, I think, or test it maybe. But look, my thing is Georgia's able to run the football, Coach, with ETN. And they've run it wide, and they've run it up the gut. And he's only got 5 carries, but it's been for 48 yards. And that's the concern, is now that Georgia has a lead, and they have a 3-score lead in this game, Texas, this is where Georgia's got Texas right where they want them defensively now, because Texas has to start bringing an extra number to the box. They can't let Georgia run the ball on them. So then you're going to island your corners on really fast wideouts. Georgia has this game from an offensive standpoint right where they want it because they've run the ball with enough success. If Texas plays with a light box, if I'm Georgia, I'm just going to run the ball down the field. I'll be happy to go up 17-0 at half if you don't want to bring an extra number to the box.
Yeah.
But Texas is going to have to start playing with a heavier box. They're going to have to bring another number.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Well, and first now they need to stop on this play. I mean, on this drive, they got to get the ball back and get some points before the half. I mean, a first down would be great. But yes, I mean, you can only ask your defense to do so much here until your offense picks this thing up for the Texas Longhorns. So I'm looking for total plays now. It's only 27-23, but the Longhorns have 15 total yards, guys, on 23 plays run. I mean, that's and the turnovers on top of it. That's not going to get it done, obviously. And I have to say, credit to Georgia. You said it, Coach Jerry. They've had a great game plan. They feel like they know they're kind of predicting where Texas is going to go with it. And it's almost like they understand that Quinn's rattled a little bit, and so it's going to be short passes, and they're jumping all over those right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Because, I mean, here's the reality of this game. Texas has 2 turnovers in this game. Georgia has 2 turnovers in this game. Carson Beck has not played a high-level game himself. He's played better than Quinn. Now I think he's had a little bit more time, guys, to throw to at the same time. But Neither one of these quarterbacks is playing at a high level right now. And that's probably the most depressing thing for Texas is you have 2 turnovers at home in this game. And obviously they had the bad play that would have put points on the board after 1 turnover, but they didn't capitalize on an opportunity. And now, again, what is Georgia going to do offensively? Are they going to throw it? Looks like they're going to throw it a little bit. I personally would start running the football if I'm Georgia.
You bet. I would too.
Yeah, they're going empty here, and they're going to throw on the first down. And, open receiver, Texas manned up, but you have to do an empty. There it is. Nice super chat. Thank you, William. Word out of Georgia this week because they didn't think Texas could play physically with them. Looks true so far. Yeah, well, look, I mean, Texas has, dominated their opponent so far, 259-38, and but they haven't played an opponent like this. And Georgia has been in some heavyweight battles so far with some great athletes at Kentucky and Alabama, and Texas is trying to catch up to that right now. And their quarterback isn't playing great. That doesn't help either. So see, Texas's defense can get a stop here and get the ball back for the half.
No, I mean, just that play right there for Carson Beck, he's not even playing at a high level. He didn't reset his feet and make an accurate throw when there was a 20-yard gain there. Neither quarterback's playing at a high level right now, which is very interesting in this game.
It's going to set up 3rd and 1. That play, Trevor Etienne on the wing, or on the edge there, made a man miss, would have been a shorter gain. Instead, it's 3rd and short. Texas needs to stop here without a doubt. They're about to be in field goal range. Yep, now they are, and here goes a long run. Yeah, I mean, that's a big story. Over 10 yards of carry right now for Trevor Etienne, guys. Another one from Jay. This Texas team tonight looks like the team we heard they were better and going to beat Georgia all week from everyone. Yeah, it does. Well, Georgia hadn't looked like this all year. So, I mean, I think you had to expect that. But even Georgia fans were concerned because they haven't seen Georgia play like this all season long. That is truth. We've seen them play like that in the past, but not this current incarnation of this Georgia team. They're playing great right now, and Texas is not.
And that's that's what great teams do.
Yep, that is true.
You show up in big games.
You're right. You're right. Well, and I talked all week on my radio show, guys, about how whatever you think of Georgia, they're going to play like they did in the second half of that Alabama game. A lot of teams would have quit. A lot of teams would have got on the bus and left. They came back and took the lead in that game. They eventually lost the football game, but you can expect that's the kind of team you're going to get in this game. That second half of Georgia team, and they're getting it so far.
Yeah, look, we talked about that going into this game. This is a program that's lost 1 regular season game in a 3-year period, and their backs are against the wall coming in here. You knew, and even though Beck hasn't played a high-level game, you knew Georgia was going to come in with their best shot. The Texas was going to get Georgia's. If Georgia was going to have a play at the level of past Georgia teams, Texas was going to see it tonight. And let's see how Texas responds because they got a long way to go to get back.
Well, a timeout on the field, a big 3rd and 8.
Well, that's the second time, guys.
A big play for Texas. They need to make a stop, and we'll see what they're going to do offensively.
Yeah, this is another example of Kirby's team being prepared here. This is the second time that I can remember. Maybe it's more than that, where they got to a big 3rd down and went tempo, coach, went fast, and that's the second time out Texas had to take because they weren't going to be prepared. To deal with it, trying to get a team off the field. Texas got off the field on that last time when they took the timeout. Now they come back after the TO. We'll see. It's a huge play because they're sitting at their 30-yard line, just in kind of in long field goal range here. But a first down, all of a sudden they can start using clock and not give the ball back to Texas before the half. This is a huge 3rd down play right here.
Yeah, they need an incomplete and force a 48-yard field goal.
Yep.
And they need a miss.
Eric Mitchell, thank you so much. Quinn doesn't look like he's trusted a thing he sees since he came back from an injury. I kind of agree with you, Eric. I
agree too.
We're still waiting for him to get his feet under him.
All right, good defense by Texas that time. Huge 4th down. They got great pressure. They flushed Carson Beck to his right. Looked like he made a decent throw, but good coverage by Texas, and they'll force a long field goal here. But still, this is, if he makes it, we're looking at a 20-point lead.
Crazy thing is, Georgia's about to be up 20-0, and Beck hasn't been accurate. But when he's been accurate, his receivers have let him down. That's a crazy thing about this game is the Georgia wideouts have not played a good game at all to this point. There's been multiple drops now, and Beck has made some bad decisions as well. So Georgia, outside of running the ball well against a 6-man box, has not even played well offensively tonight. If we're just being real about this, Carson Beck hasn't played a high-level game. When he's made good throws, Georgia's had drops. Running the football now, Georgia's offensive line is held up. Barron Sorrell's got pressure, but Georgia's not even playing a high-level offensive game tonight. They're not. It's not like they're in sync with their wideouts and Carson Beck tonight. So Texas is. If there was ever a drive, Texas doesn't have to get points. They got to get a touchdown. This is the one. This is it. Texas will get the ball to start the second half. If they're going to be in this game, they need 7. And it looks like Arch Manning is coming in the game.
Is that right? Wow.
Yes, he is.
Well,
so you've only got 70 yards rushing from Georgia, which is not all that impressive until you look over at Texas -2 yards rushing. And, that's not acceptable.
And
all right,
what a spot for Arch Manning to come in the game. Down 20-0 at home to Georgia, with Georgia's feeling it.
Wow. What Quinn Ewers is thinking. He has not played well. Texas has 15 total yards, and he's turned the ball over twice. What an opportunity, though. What a scene here for Arch Manning going into this game to try to bring something to this Texas offense. And Georgia immediately brings a blitz and incomplete. Kind of reeks. I think you have to do it at some level, but at the same time, it's Sark trying to find something with his offense right now, because right now he's losing the battle to Kirby Smart.
Eric Mitchell, super chat. I sincerely did not think we'd make that move. Sometimes you don't have a chance, and there's, look, pressure. Again, pressure. Georgia's on Texas short routes in this game. They are on it. They're on all the misdirection in the short passing game. They're on it. Really good job by Georgia.
Yeah, you wonder, guys, if Sark talks about maybe Quinn re-injuring himself, or he's not feeling good in his stomach area, because or he's just having a bad game. But Arch Manning in this game in the first half is not. I don't think anybody had that on the bingo card if there wasn't an injury involved. But obviously 20-0. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and they're making it right now. Quinn Ewers with a 3rd down and an opportunity to get some offensive momentum for Texas. And he's going to go down just like Quinn did. There is a penalty called. Is it going to be face mask in Georgia?
Personal foul face mask against Georgia, which will keep this drive alive. Thank goodness.
Yeah, they did not want to punt back to Georgia. Georgia is playing like a desperate football team right now. Texas looks a mess right now. They don't run the ball. Just 20 yards. Georgia has many points as Texas has yards right now in this game. That is not good. And as Jerry, you just said, they have not been. Carson Beck, he's 13 of 24 with 2 turnovers. It's really been about their run. Their receivers have not been good with drops, and it's been about their run game with Trevor Etienne. And this defense is just totally, dominating everything Texas is trying to do.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And look, I think the one thing about this game, and there goes Mikael Williams limping off the field again. I'm not sure he's going to be 100% the rest of the season. It's clear 15-yard. It's clear face mask, by the way. But look, the key here is Georgia's been willing to give up the vertical routes outside the numbers. Arch is a good deep ball thrower. Now, how does Sark's play calling change with Arch in the game is the question.
That's going to be a false start on Texas, unfortunately. Right tackle jumped.
Yeah, Texas is digging themselves a hole, and Cam Williams has had those this year. Georgia is feeling themselves right now. And Georgia guys playing like a team that hurt all week. They weren't very good anymore, and they were going to lose this game. And Texas is playing like a team that hurt all week. They were really good, and we're going to win this game easily. This is going not to script for Texas, and certainly Georgia playing great football right now.
I'll tell you what, Jalen Walker's a hell of a player, by the way. On that last play, on that first down play, that's a hell of a play, a redirect play by 245-pound middle linebacker that's really best playing off the edge. Jalen Walker probably going to be a first-round pick. Really good player.
Good throw that time by Arch. Really off the play action, put his foot in the ground and made a throw. Now you're going to get a big third down here for Texas. Got to feel like well, I got to say, if Quinn Ewers was confused by this defense that Kirby Smart's running tonight, I mean, Arch Manning can't have seen this exotic of a defense before either. That's going to be the challenging part. I know he's Arch Manning, but he's an inexperienced player. And
an inexperienced player that played against UL Monroe and against the terrible Mississippi State pass defense, who everybody's completed 80% on this year. This is a totally different animal. Things are going to be moving really fast around him.
Yeah, Arch missed a receiver running wide open on a mid-range dig route.
Yeah.
Do it a little deeper.
You got to punt it. Ian Ratliff back out, and
again, they brought more. They brought a more pressure on that play. And that
I mean, I feel like if you're going to have a young quarterback in there, you're going to do more of that, right? I mean,
for sure.
Beat him up.
For sure. You're going to bring the extra number against Arch. You're going to drop 8 against Quinn and take away everything short and dare Quinn to throw it down the field against your drop coverage. Here, you're going to bring the extra number against Arch Manning.
Well, and here you got to get your defense. I mean, again, we keep saying it. Texas does get the ball out of half. So if you could get some points on the board, even a field goal down 20-0, you got to get a stop here. You can't let Georgia score any more points, and you've got to get the ball back before this first half ends. They'll get some points. And a good defensive play to start it off. Alfred Collins making a nice play that time to no gain for a running back gaining that's averaging over 9 yards a carry. And Coach, you've got to have we'll start winning some of these individual battles on defense. You got to get off blocks, got to make some plays here against a Georgia team that's not been tremendous offensively. They just been able to run the ball, and you haven't.
Yeah, that's right. It'll be interesting to see if Texas can stop them, keep them from making a first down if they'll use a timeout and stop the clock.
By the way, there haven't been many positives tonight to call on for Texas. Barron Sorrell's had some good moments. Alfred Collins playing pretty good up the middle in this game. He's made a couple of really good plays. Coach, I think it'll be interesting since we're at the 2-minute here. You think Texas will get Arch on the move in the second half of this game? I don't know if the pocket is going to hold up in this game.
Yeah.
Jalen Walker is a wrecking ball right now.
Yeah, that's a great point as you go to the 2-minute timeout. Georgia will be facing a 3rd and 1. Ryan Matthews, thanks for the super chat. Although incomplete pass, Arch looks more confident. And I think maybe you're right. I don't know. Well, we need to see a little more of Arch.
Yeah, we got to see more. But, I'm with you, Coach, because you're with us, from the Cotton Bowl last week and here. I mean, even in the game in the Cotton Bowl, Quinn ended up with a win, but there was a lot of, Trey Wisner runs and, really helpful play calling by Sark to get him comfortable. He made some throws, but he really, since coming back from the injury, we have not seen Quinn look like he did pre-injury. We just have not. I know that was against lesser competition, but, the confident guy stepping into throws, footwork, and tonight he's just looked completely rattled. But let's be fair, the entire Texas offense has been completely rattled. Because you're talking about coaching, game plan, scheme, execution. Georgia has Kirby Smart and his defense have flat out coached Sark and his staff so far. No matter what, I mean, it's 20-0. Texas has 28 total yards, 3 rushing yards, And it's been really, really ugly. But again, it's 3rd and 1. This is a huge play here because so far in this game, Georgia's 3 of 7 on 3rd down. Texas is 0 for 7 on 3rd down.
Yeah, that's a huge stat. That tells it all, actually.
Yep. No, 0 for 7. And that means you can't, to your point of coach about rhythm, if you can't get a first down on a 3rd down, you're not going to be able to get in that offensive rhythm you want. Kirby Smart knows that very well, and his team has been outstanding because total plays is 35-29. It's pretty even. Time of possession is only 2 minutes different, but obviously yards and conversions and turnovers have told the tale because the 2 Texas turnovers came in their territory that led to short field points, and Texas got one of those and didn't take advantage of it. And here's a 3 touchdown score or a three score disadvantage.
Yeah, if anybody would have told us that Texas would have had 28 total yards with 2 minutes to go before halftime, I don't know that any of us would have believed it.
100%. Let me tell you about Anthony Hippolito one more time. He is our second quarter sponsor. He's a great friend of mine, and he's a great friend of Hays County. He wants to be the sheriff. The voting has begun. Early voting began this week. Hopefully, and Anthony would tell you this too, if you go to the polls and don't vote for him, that's okay. Just vote. Please go vote and be a part of the process up and down the ballot. But if you would give him your vote for Hays County Sheriff, he would appreciate that 100%. He's out working hard trying to earn your vote and meet as many of you as he can. He has been in law enforcement for a quarter century, most of his entire adult life, essentially. He was APD retired and has now been 5 or 6 years at Hays in the Sheriff's Department of Hays County, working directly below Gary Cutler, who is the current sheriff who is retiring after a lot of years of service. He has endorsed Anthony strongly and is out campaigning with him. But Anthony Hippolito wants your vote in one of the fastest growing counties in all of Texas. If you live in Hays County, please vote for Anthony Hippolito. If you don't live in Hays County, please encourage those that you know who do to vote for Anthony. Family members, of course, they'll be better off in the county for sure. Anthony to serve and protect and fight the battles that need to be fought in Hays County. All right, here we go. Big 3rd down, guys. Big 3rd down for Texas. And Longhorns need a big stop. We've seen the defense come up a lot of times in these spots, and looks like we have another one, Coach. Great defense right there. Great defense.
Yeah. Great defense.
Alfred Collins, Longhorns going to get the ball. Will they use their last time out? I think they will.
Yes, sir. Well, we need something to break the momentum.
Look, Alfred Collins played his best, maybe his best half of football at Texas. If there's one guy making some money on the Texas side tonight, it's Alfred Collins. Because all these guys will be playing in the NFL for Georgia one day. Every single one of these linemen will get shots. Xavier Truss is a guy that's thought of as a potential 2nd round pick level player. That's from the 5. That play's made from the 4I5. That was good play by Alfred Collins.
Yeah, great play.
Yeah, good message in chat there, guys. That said, who had Texas defense will play great or really good, and the Texas offense will get skunked on their bingo card. I think that's true. Well, look, I mean, this is football, Coach. I mean, complimentary football. The Texas offense picked up the Texas defense quite a bit last year. The Texas, there's certain nights where one side's clicking, one's not. Defense has given them opportunities with turnovers, but the offense has just been awful. It's a long game. If you can get your offense going here and get a big stop like you just got, well, Georgia's going to go for a first down here. At least they're going to try to draw Texas off sides.
Yeah, we're not falling for the banana in the tailpipe.
Yeah. Better not. That'd probably be the worst play of this half. But look, it's
all right. They're going to go punt now.
Yeah.
It'd be worth the try if you're Kirby Smart and make
Why
Texas
not?
think about it.
Why you can't take your timeouts in with you? May as well.
Well, let me just say, guys. I mean, it's been a coaching masterclass in my mind by Kirby Smart this game against Sark. I mean, that's one of the subplots of this game. But Texas has no timeouts because of the tempo offense they went with on a couple of crucial 3rd downs that Texas just wasn't prepared for. They weren't ready for the tempo and the quick play, even on a 3rd down. They had to use two timeouts, and so now here they are in a 2-minute drive with their backup quarterback in the game, and they're not going to have any timeouts. I mean, I think this game has been dominated by Kirby Smart and his defense, and really by Kirby Smart, in my opinion.
Yeah, you've really got to. I mean, my heart breaks for Quinn. He's done so much for this university, and trying to come back with the unfortunate injury, he just hasn't been able to find himself yet. Hopefully, he will at some point.
Well, and we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but the idea that if Arch Manning's able to mount something and Texas can find some momentum offensively, well, now you have that quarterback controversy that you've talked about, Coach, that you want to avoid. But at some point, if your quarterback's not performing, you gotta make the move and deal with the fallout. But we'll see if Arch can get something going for the Texas offense. Special teams would help too here. But great punt.
It'll work itself out. If Arch doesn't come through and put Texas back in this game, then you don't have a quarterback controversy.
Correct.
Which we don't want either one. We don't want a quarterback controversy, and we don't want Texas to lose this game. So it is what it is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, I don't think there's any part of me that thinks Sark wanted to go here, but at some point you're watching the game too. Your quarterback looks rattled. You got to make a move and try to jumpstart your offense. I think Sark would be the first to tell you it's not all Quinn's fault at this point, but at the same time, you got to do something to change the momentum and get something going. And here we go with Arch Manning in a 2-minute drill.
Dude, Texas Flight 210 with one of the funniest things I've ever seen on this site. Texas Flight 210, Silas is a guy that doesn't lock the bathroom stall.
Hey, how about Arch Manning?
Good, man. That is so good.
Hey, Arch Manning with the legs, playing confident, got his team 15, 20 yards that time. And now the Longhorns are moving. Here we go. Jaden Blue, got to get out of bounds here, guys. The Longhorns have no timeouts. Arch Manning with the longest rush for a Longhorn by a mile in this game, 21 yards on that scramble right up the middle.
Look, here's the reality of this game now for Georgia. When they go in at halftime, assume Texas needs to score points. But look, Texas lacks a running game because of running back injuries. And when Quinn's a pocket passer, Arch can move the feet. Does that change how Georgia's going to have to play Texas defensively in the second half?
No doubt. Yeah, no doubt. It'll change how they play them. We've got the ball 1st and 10 on the 48-yard line. Arch under duress. And he's going to go down.
Yeah, can't take a sack in this spot here, Coach. I mean, no timeouts. And again, that's DJ Campbell getting beat on that immediately off the ball, and then the speed of Georgia showing up that time. Couldn't even get out of bounds. But Quinn's got to throw that ball away, Coach. Can't take a sack in that spot.
Yeah.
At least stop the clock.
Well, I'm kind of having flashbacks of the 2009 national championship game.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you get flushed out of the pocket in this game and Jalen Walker is coming after you, you better be Vince Young, Cam Newton, Jalen Milroe level athlete, because you aren't beating that guy. That guy is going to maybe a Pro Bowl player one day. He is a tremendous football player.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even after
not beating him in space.
Well, and obviously that's going to be a fumble, guys.
Yeah, it is. No doubt. Georgia will have the ball. 25 seconds left.
Well, complete domination by Georgia here in this half on the defensive side of the ball. And right now the Texas offensive line is getting whipped. I mean, looks slow-footed, and Georgia looks much, much faster. But, back to the Arch thing, young quarterback got to throw that ball away. He was out of the pocket and took the sack. You can throw that ball into the stands, and you're not going to get a penalty. Instead, that led to having to go fast and the clock running. And now Georgia's got the ball and a chance to score more points before the half. This has been a disaster for Texas offensively.
No, it has. And look, Georgia's winning up front. If you see a concerned look on Sark's face, he should be, because Georgia is winning up front against the Texas offensive line. And if there was the number one thing that had to happen in this game for Texas, they had to neutralize Georgia up front, and they have not been able to do it. The Texas offensive line is getting beat in this game, and that is a bad scenario for this Longhorns team.
Yeah.
because they don't have the run game to offset that. And they don't have – while Arch is a mobile quarterback, it's not like you have QB-designed run game to help offset any of this. The offensive line has to play at a high level in pass pro. Has to.
Well, I mean, here we are, guys, going into this almost halftime, and they're going to have more points, potentially a chance at a field goal. I mean, you couldn't imagine that Georgia would be 20 or maybe more than 20 points up with Carson Beck 15 of 27 for 100 yards and 2 interceptions. I mean, that's not fathomable.
Yeah.
But they are. Carson Beck has not played a good football game here, yet they're going to be up potentially 2 or 3 or more scores here before halftime. The Texas defense, I think, is playing valiantly. Only 170 total yards. They forced 2 turnovers. Yes, they've given up some plays, but you're going to give up plays to good players. It's the Texas offense that has just gotten flat whipped in the first 30 minutes of this game.
Yeah, and you're giving Georgia the ball in great field position.
That's right.
They don't have to drive far.
Yeah, you're 100% right there, Coach. I mean, short fields. This is a masterclass by Kirby Smart and his team because they're overcoming their own bad offense at some level, and they're doing it with defense and dominant physicality.
Yeah,
speed.
Georgia's going to call a timeout with 2 seconds left to kick a field goal. Try to kick a field goal, I think. Tough first half for the Horns. I don't think any of us saw this coming. You look at all the stats, which you don't need to put all your eggs in that basket, but it shouldn't be a 20-0 game after you look at the national rankings of everything, yards per play, red zone percentage. I mean, just look at them all, and it should be 20-0 the other way, you would think. But Georgia came to play, and Kirby Smart is who he is. And he brought his team in ready to play, and obviously is calling a great game defensively because the Texas offense cannot get untracked.
Yeah, and has been completely taken out of everything they want to do. Kirby Smart's been a step ahead the whole way. Even some of the plays that typically work, throwbacks and those quick passes and misdirection have not been there, and Texas has 38 total yards, and 21 of those came on a scramble by your backup quarterback. So that's really where you are offensively.
Yeah.
All right, there goes halftime. Our second quarter was brought to you by a vote for Anthony Hippolito for Sheriff of Hays County. Thank you, Anthony, so much, and we'll tell you about him more in the fourth quarter. But 23-0, guys, at the half. Is it fair to say that the Longhorns maybe had a false sense of how good they were based on competition, or what do we think?
Defensively, they hadn't played against a good offense who, if they made mistakes, could make you pay. That's the one thing we talked about all week. Texas hasn't played against a good offense or a high-level quarterback. But the worst thing for Texas in the first half is Carson Beck didn't even play a great game. Again, my concerning thing is, ETN's got 8 for 62 on the ground in this game. And they're a throw first team, and they're in pass shell. Coming into this game, Georgia was in pass shell offense 72% of the times, 72% of the snaps. But this is the Georgia offense. Wide receivers have dropped the ball. Carson Beck's been a little inaccurate. He hasn't always made good decisions. But reality is, they're still have 23 points, and they hadn't played great. Defensively, Georgia has a really good scheme. They have a good plan. But the Texas offensive line has not played well against that Georgia front. And if the offensive line does not have a very, very, very high level second half, they're going to get blown out.
Yeah, nothing's going to change. I mean,
doesn't matter who the quarterback is.
No, the old saying, if nothing changes, nothing changes. If we continue to play at the level that we're playing on the offensive front, and really all across the board, quarterback, name it. It's going to be a long second half. But let's hope Texas can put something together at halftime to rally the team. We'll obviously get the kickoff for the second half, and that first drive is going to be crucial. For us to get back in the game, I really feel like we need to get some points off of that first drive in the second half And otherwise, Georgia will just take this momentum and continue to stuff it down the throat.
Well, and let's remember the last time there was a game of the year, or one of the times with Alabama and Georgia, it was 30-7 at the half, and Georgia came all the way back and took the lead in that game. They ended up losing, and they were on the road. So we'll see what Texas can do at halftime. I just heard both coaches talking on their way out. Sark's talking about self-inflicted wounds and getting in our own way. Kirby's talked about how his team really showed up and played to their standard, and really excited about how they're playing the football game right now. But it's been a mismatch, and I don't think any of us expected a mismatch. We expected Georgia to be a cage, like a dog in a corner coming out fighting, but I don't think any of us expected a complete mismatch like we've seen so far.
No, 1.1 yards per play for Texas. That's just, obviously nobody saw that coming.
Look, if you'd have asked Kirby before this game, hey, Carson Beck's going to have 2 interceptions. One in the red zone, one in his own territory. Your wide receiver is going to drop key passes. What would you think the score would be of the game? He'd probably be like, we'd probably be down 10. That's the scary thing about the game. I mean, that's the scariest thing for the game about the game for Texas is if you gave Kirby that scenario, he'd probably be like, shoot, man, I got some coach to do. We're probably down 10-0.
Yeah,
23-0.
But as Coach said,
his defense is showing up. Texas is 0 for 7 on third down conversions, which
Yep.
Well, and to your point, Coach, because of the lack of offense, I mean, the first touchdown was a 4-play, 13-yard drive. The second, let me run through the scoring drives here. The field goal was a 7-play, 13-yard drive that got points. Then there was a 3-play, 34-yard drive for a touchdown. Then there was a 48-yard field goal after a 7-play, 25-yard drive, and then a field goal, 4 plays, 4 yards. So you're talking about a 13-play drive, a 13-yard drive, a 23-yard drive. I mean, it's everything is being given to them in their end,
yes,
or they're taking it and putting it in their end based on turnovers forced, short fields, and Texas mistakes. And Jerry, I hate to keep going back to the Trey Wisner drop, but it felt like Texas was going to get off to the start they wanted. They run, Longhorns force a turnover. Andrew Makuba makes a phenomenal play, coming off of his responsibility, reading the eyes of the quarterback, tips it to himself and makes one heck of a play. And then on the first play, Sark does like he likes to do, the razzle-dazzle double reverse flea flicker, and it was set up for an explosive play, maybe a touchdown. And a young guy who is as reliable as anyone on your team drops the ball. It felt like from that point on, Texas didn't do anything right the rest of the ballgame.
Yeah, no, that was a big one. But look, and that was a big one for the momentum in the game, obviously. Yes. Now, you were gifted a short field on that play, but that's the other thing. Texas has not taken advantage of any opportunity in the first half, did not take advantage. And that play, Texas will still be down in this game because Georgia's winning up front, but at least Texas would have had some points and maybe would have played against the momentum that Georgia's created in this game, even though they had 2 first-quarter turnovers. So this is, coming into this game, we said offensive lines and quarterbacks. Well, neither quarterbacks played a high-level game. Georgia's offensive line, I think, has been okay. They've ran the ball well. Carson Beck's got enough time. Texas offensive lines got beat pretty badly in this game, honestly. They've just got beat badly. So neither quarterbacks played like a first-round pick tonight. Quinn was bad. Carson Beck doesn't look like that either. He's throwing a high percentage rate of interceptions in the SEC. But again, I mean, look, here's the reality of this second half for Texas. If the offensive line does not play at a high level, because here's the deal. Georgia's going to bring an extra number. And any time that Arch is in the pocket, I think Georgia's going to try to bring a number at him, bring the extra number at him. And they may not have to with Jalen Walker, but they're going to try to get on Arch in the second half of this game. Because that third down where he forced it down the field and had the easy crosser, if he makes that throw in the second half, Texas maybe gets some momentum in this game. And we'll see how Arch adjusts to this. But I hate to put it all on the Texas offensive lineman. That was a big deal coming into this game. I don't care who the quarterback is. You knew Georgia was going to bring it. And you knew Jalen, if anybody watched Georgia, knew Jalen Walker was a tremendous football player. And when they start bringing him off the edge, he's one of the best pass rushers in the country. Georgia just doesn't do that all the time with him. If that guy played on the edge all the time, he'd be a 12, 13, 14 sack guy in college football. He is tremendous off the edge. Got to block him up front.
Yeah, well, it's been a wholesale collapse on the offensive side for Texas. The defense gave them opportunities, and Texas was just as bad. I mean, I go back to the TCU game a couple of years ago when Texas has played this bad in an offensive half of football. Georgia gets credit. Let me tell you about One Source Gas of Central Texas. They're our halftime sponsor here as we go through all this. We get some super chats here in a minute. But One Source Gas of Central Texas, my buddy Richard Strever and his team, if you have compressed gas needs for a business of any kind, obviously, you know, the entertainment industry, bars and restaurants, venues, and you need that CO2 for your beer taps, for your fountain drinks, you got to have it or you can't operate. One Source Gas is your go-to every single time. Also in the healthcare sector with veterinary clinics and health clinics and industrial, if you have compressed gas needs of any kind, they are the best in Central Texas for 13 years now. Find them at onesourcegasatx.com. Spell out the word one, O-N-E, onesourcegasatx.com, or call them 214-8484. Matthew says we got to run through some super chats, so let's do it, and we certainly appreciate them. I'm sure they're all going to be very positive. I think we're overconfident coming into this game. Nick, thank you. Guys, overconfident.
Everybody's overconfident when they get beat before they get beat.
That's right.
I mean, that's the reality in sports, right? I mean, Georgia was probably overconfident going into Alabama. They found themselves down 37 at half, right? I mean, Alabama was overconfident when they went into Vandy. They got their butt kicked. I mean, so everybody's overconfident until you get your butt kicked. I mean, that's just the reality in sports and probably in life.
Here's a good question for you, Jerry. If it's not that we're losing, it's how we're losing. If this gets uglier, how does this affect recruiting?
Too early to say that. I mean, look, if Texas has got to come back and play a really good half of football. That's the main thing. The university's done their job putting on a show. If this game goes poorly for you and you lose, I don't know, 40-14, if you come back and you rebound, because this is real adversity. This team hadn't faced real adversity. Now they're facing it. If you can come back and win and you happen to get in the college football playoff, then recruiting rolls right along with a 4 straight top 5 class. If you have a bad game tonight and you compound that the rest of the way this season, that's when things can start to shift a little bit for you, slow down your momentum.
Does this change the trajectory of the year? Go ahead, Coach. Go ahead. Either way.
Well, I was just going to say, I think that, recruiting is a little bit finicky.
Yeah.
One game, this game will no doubt play a part in recruiting. The key is going to be how we respond in the second half. And if we lose this game, how we respond from here on. It will certainly slow down recruiting a little bit. We'll lose some momentum, but I don't know. We just hadn't played a team as talented as Georgia, and we talked about that all week on OTF. We hadn't played a team as talented as Georgia. How are we going to respond to that? We felt like it all depended on Quinn, and really, unfortunately, it's not just Quinn. The offensive line is probably the most obvious thing that we're lacking in that we've had earlier this season is, good offensive line play to great offensive line play. Now Georgia is exposing us offensively, and with our offense and their defense, of course, one of the best defensive minds in the game, Kirby Smart, is doing what he does best, and that is taking away what we do best and making us play, as they say, left-handed.
I want to say this, too, because I think in a game like this, it's like, oh, it's just been the offense. The defense has played well. I don't necessarily agree with that, with the chat here. Georgia has dropped passes with open space. I mean, I just want to say that Carson Beck has not played well, and when he has hit somebody, they've dropped the football. So statistically, Texas has given up 170 yards. They had some short fields. They've been put in a bad position. But Georgia's helped Texas too in this game defensively. So I don't even think defensively Texas has necessarily played a high-level game. My concern in the second half of this game for Texas defensively, safeties are too deep, coach. They can't, you're down 23-0. And the short passing game, the receivers on the perimeter for Georgia have blocked it well. And if they block it well and your safeties are 14, 15 yards off the line of scrimmage, they have too far to run. It's going to be 8 or 9 yards every play if the corner doesn't blow up the blocker. Texas is going to have to be more risky with their safeties in the second half and take the chance of getting beat over the top and see if Arian Smith's going to catch the football or not.
Yeah, I love that.
You can't keep playing your safeties that deep in this game.
Yeah, that's a great point. And if they're going to beat us, make Carson Beck beat us.
Yeah.
He's 16 of 28, 57%, no touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Make him beat you.
Yeah, I agree with that, Coach. And I would also say to that super chat, and we appreciate it very much, about does this change the trajectory of the season? I'll be adamant about that. I mean, your loss will change everything as far as the confidence level. But, we've all talked about how there's not going to be an undefeated team playing in the SEC championship game. That's highly unlikely. Losses are going to happen. Everything you guys just said about, the speed of Georgia, Texas hasn't seen it. Were they surprised by it? Well, I mean, if you haven't seen it and you think you're prepared for it, you don't know. And I'd also say this to your accurate point, Coach, that Texas hasn't played a team as talented as Georgia, and Georgia to the point, Georgia hasn't played this good yet this year. They really have not. We have not seen Georgia play to this standard, and that's where Kirby Smart, got a great performance out of his team. But I guess my point to the trajectory of the season, and you've been through it as a coach, and Jerry, you've seen it a million times. It's the ebb and flow of a season. How do you respond to things? How do you combat these things? You're going to go up, you're going to come down. Georgia's been through it already. Texas is now, if they don't make an incredible rally, are going to be dealing with some adversity into the Vanderbilt game and then another bye week. But it changes the trajectory of your season, but it doesn't change the goals of your season. It doesn't change what you want for the outcome of your season if you don't win this football game tonight. And some will say maybe it helps you a little bit. Maybe it's a little bit of a wake-up call into a Vanderbilt game and a bye week and that kickstart. But I don't think any of us thought that there was going to be an undefeated team playing in the SEC championship game. I still don't. And, now we have Alabama with 2 losses in the SEC. Tennessee gets the big win today. A&M won today, but they gave up, 30 or 24 points to Mississippi State. They're undefeated. LSU's playing great right now. It's a long season, I guess, would be the point. And you just have to navigate it as it comes at you. And now the Longhorns are going to have to deal with potentially adversity for the first time.
Coach, I thought the most impressive thing Georgia's defense has done, they've taken away all the misdirection short passing game. They have smothered all of that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So here's the thing. That Texas is going to have to take chances with the football down the field to get back in this game. You're not – based on what we've seen so far, Georgia's on that. And the play calling, I think the play calling changes with Quinn versus Arch. So the offensive line has to play at a high enough level to give Arch time to let the plays develop. And then Arch has got to see, he's got to find the right guy. But one thing Georgia's done so well defensively in this game, all the misdirection, short game stuff, they've been on top of it. Now, is it coverage or is it Jalen Walker's made some unbelievable individual plays in the first half? Probably a combination of both. But that's why you recruit top 2 classes. But that's maybe the most impressive thing for me in the first half of this game. A lot of the bread and butter for Texas this season, offensively, Georgia's taken that away.
Yeah. Yeah, they have. And regardless of, take away our quarterback situation. If our offensive line play does not improve in the second half, it doesn't matter who's back there. Yeah. I'm sorry. It does not matter. When they're under duress, roll the dice. It doesn't matter. Our offensive line play has to improve in the second half for us to have a chance to come back.
Good point here. How does this happen into this offensive line? I understand Georgia has guys, but this is a big old yikes so far. Daryl, thank you so much. Yeah. Well, you just said it, Coach. 7 tackles for loss, 5 sacks. Obviously, the 2 turnovers, and one of those turnovers came directly on a corner blitz that didn't get picked up. I don't know if that's on the offensive line. That's just a great call by Kirby Smart. But pressure, no matter the quarterback. This is, guys, I'm a Georgia fan, and this ain't over. Texas is a very explosive team. Going to be a great finish. Thank you, Mike. Well, I mean, the one thing I do know, having talked to several Georgia insiders, and thank you, Mike, because you're a Georgia insider too, this week leading up to this on our radio show, and I'm sure you guys heard it on OTF, Georgia has not played a great four-quarter football game this year. That's the one thing we kept hearing, that they've played in spurts. They play, they've played like this, I guess, at times, the second half of the Alabama game, but they don't put four quarters together. They may very well tonight, but at the same time, to you guys, when we look at this on our One Source Gas halftime show, what do you think about the opportunity here to get some points on the board to start this half and maybe start taking it right back to Georgia?
Yeah, that's going to be the key. And, Darren, thank you for the super chat. Mississippi State put up 31 on UGA. Yeah, they haven't been, and that's what we've been saying, for the last 30 minutes. Georgia has not played a complete game like this yet. And they saved it for us, and good for them. That's when they needed it, when they're playing the number one team in the country, to get them back in the race, not only for the championship, but for the conference championship, but the playoffs. Britt Rasco, thank you so much. And I hope you're right. Arch will lead an epic comeback. Screenshot this. I hope you're right. But he won't if our offensive line does not improve their play, because he has to have time to throw the ball. Rod Babers, welcome to halftime, brother.
Hey, what's up, Coach? What's the deal?
Rod!
Oh, man. Come on, man. What the hell happened? I was at Coda doing some emceeing duties, and then I look up and the scoreboard is what it is.
Yeah, you were hoping to be sipping some. You were hoping to be sipping some Hennessy about now, weren't you, Rod?
Man, you damn right. I'm supposed to be in celebratory mode now, but I got a chance to watch the first half.
Hey, I'm going to leave you guys with this. Kirby Smart said at a halftime interview one time, or after a game, humble pie is a week away in the SEC. I'll be back.
So
can I give you my conspiracy theory real quick, though?
Let's hear it.
Conspiracy theory about Kirby and why I think Kirby's a brilliant coach. This is my conspiracy theory. I think he cut the headset communication. I think they cut it. The rule is if one team doesn't have it, the other team can't have it, right? That's the rule.
Okay, I missed that. I missed that, Rod. What are you talking about?
I think they self-sabotaged the headset communication, because Georgia went out. Texas didn't go out, but once one team loses it, both teams got to lose it.
Yeah.
And you can't talk to Quinn. You can't talk to him. You can't talk to him without it. I think that was one of the ways they wanted to flip it. To flip it. Think about it. Then what's the next play after the headset communication goes out? Isn't that the strip sack? Right.
I'll have to go back and look.
Headset communication goes out. The next play may be the strip sack, if I'm not mistaken. It might, it's right around there. Because remember, you got the PI before that. All the momentum is on Texas side. You got 2 interceptions. You rolling. Looks like, damn, it may be a snowball on the other side. That's just my conspiracy theory. I don't know if it's true. We'll find out who cut it. But think about it. Biggest home game in Texas football history. You think CDC gonna allow something to go wrong? Some technical difficulties? No, I don't know about that.
All right.
I know what on Texas side. Now there are conspiracy theories that, hey man, one side may decide to cut it. In the NFL, let's make a place. The Patriots do that. When you're at home, they'll cut your sideline communication. And then they know it. I'm just throwing it out there. It might be a brilliant coaching move.
I'm gonna leave it with you guys. Quinn Ewers is back in the game.
All right, Quinn back in, and here we go. And Texas, David Bennett just made one heck of a play, Rod Babers, on that kickoff. The Georgia tried to squib that ball and maybe kind of got an onside kick motion. David Bennett jumped on top of it, and Longhorns have the ball at midfield, which is a little bit of momentum here to start this second half. And there's the offensive line getting a push, and Trey Wisner, with some positive yardage to start this game. But David Bennett with a heads-up play right there.
Yeah, so going back with Quinn, I think that's trying to avoid a quarterback controversy, which is smart. I mean,
I agree with you on that.
If you let Arch continue to start the game, then there's no doubt from then on, you got 2 starting quarterbacks. You have two, and then the media is not going to let you forget you got two. So this is Sark reestablishing who the starting quarterback is. No matter what the result of the game's going to be, you know the starting quarterback is.
Well, I agree with you on that, Rod, and I think it's right. It's the I mean, Sark can always go to the, he got hit on that corner blitz and maybe wasn't feeling right, maybe had a little nick, and we went with Arch for a minute just to make sure he could catch his breath or whatnot. And now he's back. And that was just time and place. I love your conspiracy theory. I always love them. I love them all the time, Rod. That's interesting too, because I'm assuming they're all back on now and everybody's got their headset. But that was an avalanche moment in this football game. Where
didn't the momentum shift at that time?
Oh, 100%. 100%.
And it's like, that's strange. I think that, I don't know. I wish I would get an update on when the headset communication came back on, all that kind of stuff. But
we'll find it. We'll dig into that. Now it has to be an investigation.
Right.
Hey, appreciate One Source Gas of Central Texas for our halftime show. We're going to move into ATX Trees one more time. They'll be the third quarter sponsor, my good friends, the Cedillos and the family company at ATX Trees. We'll tell you about them here coming up throughout the third quarter. But back in the game, going forward on fourth down here, Rod. Huge play. Obviously, both ways. If Georgia get a stop, they have once again thwarted Texas in good field position. Texas going for this. Trey Wisner has already had a couple of carries on this drive. Got to have a first down here. The nose of the ball is right on the first down line. And they're going with Ryan Wingo on the swing around, and he's going to get it. Ryan Wingo, big play right there. Longhorns have a first down.
I mean, the guys are averaging prior to that almost 25, like 40 yards per rush and 25 yards per touch. So pretty safe bet. I like that. Yeah. And Sark leaning on the run game. This is what happened when Quinn was off to start the Oklahoma game. He started leaning on the run. And
I'm sure he and Kyle Flood leaned on the offensive line but Coach Shipley was accurately all over the offensive line at halftime. They really have gotten whipped by this Georgia front, which they've whipped others, but Texas wants to win a Joe Moore Award. And there's Matthew Golden with a big explosive play inside the 15-yard line, and the Longhorns are in business here. Great play by David Benda on the kickoff return to jump on it, get positive field position for Texas, and now they're moving after that fourth down conversion. Quinn Ewers' best throw of the night.
Yeah, it was a great play, and it was a target to motion too. Had Matthew Golden going in motion, and Georgia struggled with that. I talked about this all week. They struggle with that.
Longhorns are going to get a face mask here. That's big. Longhorns are going to have a negative play on first down in the red zone, and they're going to get a 15-yard penalty, which will be half the distance. Longhorns have more yards on this drive than they've had the whole game, it feels like.
Yeah, halftime adjustments. Sark obviously made some adjustments and decided leaning on the run because they've run the ball, on this drive alone, how many runs have we seen?
Well, maybe got their headsets back, Rod.
I was like, we got to investigate that. Come on, man. That was wild.
No, I think you're right. I think you're right about that.
Wow.
All right, here we go. Trey Wisner, great tackle. I mean, that's the other thing about Georgia. Your thoughts are out on Georgia. Their defense has been as usual, right? Maybe they haven't played that way all year, but man, they don't miss tackles. The open field stuff gets swallowed up, and they're Georgia for a reason.
Yep, and that's Kirby Smart's calling card, right? And this is their biggest game of the year. Kirby Smart had them ready to play. He had them ready to play, and you can see
they were desperate.
Yep,
they played like a desperate team, and it wouldn't surprise me if they cut their cord and made Texas go blank and go naked for a little while.
Exactly.
No, that would make sense to me. That's a knockdown ball, Quinn, right into the big man, and the Longhorns have a big third and goal here. I mean, I don't think field goals help you here, Rod. I think this might be 2-down territory if you're Texas. You need a touchdown.
You just don't know how often you're going to get down here again. Like, how often are you going to get down here again, considering how the game is going? You can't guarantee that. So I agree with you. At this point, I think you might need to go for it on fourth down. I'm with you.
It would be demoralizing, but I'm kind of the moment that kicking a field goal is kind of demoralizing here. You need 6 points.
Yeah, you don't know how your defense is going to play. Your defense, you don't know how they're going to respond here after halftime either.
Ooh. Plenty of time for Quinn, and just good defense there. This is Georgia. Ooh, pass interference.
Got it. Wow.
Well, I got the late call. That's a late call.
Wow. Ooh. I don't know. I got to go back and watch it. Okay, he's not protesting too much, so I think he must have gotten there. Usually, that guy will at least protest a little bit. So
he kind of held him all the way across the back of the end zone. I mean, he never let him go.
Yeah,
that's a good call. So now Longhorns are going to have first and goal, a chance to get on the board here. This is what they needed was quick touchdown, and they may get it here. Here we go, because the Longhorns are going to score in the first 4.5 minutes of the first half if they can get on the board here, or the second half, the third quarter. Brought to you by ATX Trees, atxtrees.com.
Yeah, you got to score quick. Yep.
All right, there's Isaiah Bond using his speed, touchdown. All right, Texas on the board. What a great start to the second half for the Longhorns, and it ain't over yet, Rod. Long way to go, but you got to start the hill climb somewhere.
Yeah, no, it seems like they're going back to, like I've been saying all week long. Anybody will listen. You got to use targets to motion. If you watch any of the Mississippi State film, killed Georgia on targets to motion. They got a lot of their big plays, some chunk yardage plays on targeting guys who were in motion prior to the time of the snap. That was a target to motion. Your Matthew Golden, big play, target to motion. So they didn't even throw the ball that much on this damn drive, and yet a lot of it was guys targets to motion. So I think I don't know if he figured it out or found it later in the game, but that was something that I was talking about identifying all week long. Like that's something Georgia struggles with. They
point conversion.
Most teams struggle with it.
Got it. Texas is 8 points on the board. Isaiah Bond with a touchdown and the 2-point conversion. Nice job, Sark, going aggressive here. I still have to wonder about that kickoff by Kirby Smart, Rod. I don't know. That was weird. I mean, he didn't boot it. I mean, it was a squib kick, and it was almost like they were trying to – I don't know what they were trying to do, but maybe it was an onside kick or a surprise, attack there to steal a possession. But instead, David Benda, the 6th-year player, jumped right on top of it. Good chat right there, David. Appreciate that. One play at a time, one drive at a time. Off to a good start. Texas has 8 points on the board and have cut this lead into at least manageable. A nice drive for the Longhorns. But, boy, it was set up by a great field position. They only had to go 55 yards, Rod, because field position was a huge part of that first half. Texas was backed up in their own end. Georgia had scored a touchdown on a 13-yard drive. They scored on a 23-yard drive. Texas finally getting to play in their own end, and it started with the kickoff. I'm sure Kirby Smart will be asked about that after the game.
Yeah, I agree with you. And you can look at it two ways. You can look at it, okay, Texas hadn't been able to move the ball all game long. So why not risk it, right? They can't move the ball all game long. There was no reason for you to think they were going to move it then. So why not risk it? And if it pays off and you get the ball back, then you can crush Texas. You can crush them. And especially if you go down and score, it's over. Like, game could be over, especially if you score a touchdown.
Get that.
That's what Kirby Smart said at, going into that. He said, man, if we scored more touchdowns, look at what the score would be. We had a lot of field goals. We scored more touchdowns, then we wouldn't give Texas any life left. And now they got life. Or you can look at it like, well, Kirby, they haven't driven the football, the length of the field all game long. So why not force them to have to do it? Why would you give if they haven't been able to march the football down the field the entire game? Why the hell would you do them a favor? Make them do it. Make them prove it.
I would have booted that ball and made them go the long right, but it's only a 55-yard drive. But I got to give also David Benda a lot of credit because he had to be paying attention to that. I mean, a lot of exactly. He being a veteran player. Saw that play and jumped on top of it. That was heady. That was really, really heady. Because if that gets past him, who knows? Because the other guys were turning and running backwards. And then you don't know. But a heady play by 33. Heart check right now. Yeah, hey, look, let's get in this game. They scored 23. But, Rod, as we talked about throughout the second quarter into halftime, if you had said the Longhorns were going to be down 23-0 at halftime with Carson Beck being 16 of 28 for 100 yards and 2 interceptions, and the receivers dropped several balls. That just dropped a bunch of balls. It just feels like you got your defense got you the exact game you want. They got you 2 turnovers. They held Carson Beck to 50% and a couple of turnovers, and you were playing good on that end, but your offense was so bad and Georgia's defense was so dominating, it led to this score. If the offense can get this thing cranked up, now the defense maybe. And one thing Jerry was saying at halftime was bring the safeties up a little more and make Carson Beck beat you here at this point. You got to get more pressure, and you got to stop that run game because Trevor Etienne is 62 yards on 8 yards a carry so far. Yeah,
I mean, it's just the truth is it's the running game for Georgia, right? That's That's what's really right now causing Texas a lot of issues. So we'll see on this drive, first drive of the second half for the Texas defense, if they've made some adjustments with the running game and force Georgia to have to beat you, with Carson Beck from the pocket, which is crazy to say because that's a first round protected quarterback too. But yeah, right now it's the running game that's causing you a lot of issues, and it's particularly Trevor Etienne. I mean, he's doing a great job, man. You can tell he's next level. He's got twitch, he's got explosivity. He's been able to kind of he's setting defenders up at times, especially that touchdown run. He set them up real nice. Didn't even look like he had it at first, created his own space. He's a talented runner. So Texas got to figure something out with Trevor Etienne in the run game.
All right, Anthony Hill with the tackle, but it's a 6-yard gain.
Exactly.
Well, and again, you have to say this. I mean, we've watched 6 games of Georgia, and I know you've seen a lot of the film. I'll get to that super chat here in a minute, Matthew. But Rod, Georgia hasn't played this good and hadn't run the ball this good all year long. I mean, they really have not. This is a different looking Georgia team that's playing desperate. This is their best performance to this point. Can they keep it up becomes the question, because all Georgia fans have been talking about, playing a 4-quarter game. They really haven't been able to do that. We'll see if the Longhorns, but they were 92nd in rushing in the NCAA coming into this game. They've been much better than that tonight.
Yeah, just for football fans in general, I think the greatest kind of underrated aspect of football for fans is that they don't realize teams improve every week.
Yeah,
good teams do. The good teams get better every week. So that's the thing that you have to realize too. Is they're getting better. Georgia's getting better. Is Texas getting better? I think so. But now you're seeing kind of the
yeah, you're right about that. Yep, and
right?
that's why that tough schedule early has tested them, and they've had to get better.
Yes,
and Texas getting tested for the first time.
Yeah, they have to get better at an accelerated rate. Their desperation meter is like through the roof. For Texas wasn't that desperate. This is the best Texas has felt in 20 years about their team, whatever it is, right? So it's just a different. I think now this will accelerate Texas development as a team. Like they'll get a lot better this week because of this.
You're right about that. Win or lose in this game, they'll get better.
Yes.
And remember, they got Vanderbilt next week and then another bye week because the goals don't change win or lose in this game. But still a lot of time left. 9:15 to go in the second quarter. Longhorns need to stop and the ball back. But Georgia's going to be very deliberate offensively and try to run it in short passes and see if Texas can get another Carson Beck turnover. Whoa.
Ooh. Man. Yeah.
See if Anthony Hill gets a sack on that because he closed like a freight train on that deal.
Yeah, Carson Beck. Nobody must have been open because Carson Beck usually he's not trying to run the football.
And he saw zero coming, and he went.
Yeah, he saw him late too. He must have been looking downfield, and he saw him late. The way he acted.
Get down. Get down.
Yeah.
Here comes freight train, buddy.
Yeah, there's nobody open though. I don't know. Oh, I guess he could have tossed it. That still, there's nobody.
Yeah, throw it away at that point. Save 2 yards.
Yeah,
second 12. Good chance.
Yeah, why would you eat that?
Jade Barron, great coverage right there, Rod. That's big time. Now the Longhorns have a 3rd and 12. See if they can dial something up. Longhorn fans starting to get back. You get to stop here, Rod. Crowd gets back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, you get to stop here and score. Well, any kind, actually, but especially a touchdown, you're definitely back in the game.
Well, I mean, and the crowd gets back in the game. That's what you want right now is to get this crowd who's been taken out of it. This 105,000 who's been at it since 8 o'clock this morning when game day was in town. You got to get that thing back engaged.
Yeah, no, I think Sark's got something up his sleeve when he gets the football back too. There ain't no doubt about it.
Oh, look at Taft Daddy making a play. Taft Daddy coming up and sticking somebody. Longhorns are playing with some intensity. Great D. Longhorns are going to get the ball back. 8:18 to go in the third quarter.
Yeah, the passing game hasn't been working for Georgia. It's the running game, right? That's what Texas had to stop. And it seems like on that drive, Georgia went away from the running game a little bit. They just kind of went away from it. They got like a 5-yard gain on that first down, and then they kind of just drifted into the passing game a little bit more.
All right, big opportunity now for the Longhorns. They can get back this into a manageable situation if they can move the ball like they did on that first drive of this second half. There's going to be a flag on the play, though. Longhorns are back deep, and, boy, this could be shades of quarter 2 because they're going to be – if that flag's on Texas, the Longhorns are going to start this drive. Yeah, it's going to be holding. Longhorns are going to be – and it's Warren Roberson again. That's his second special teams.
Man.
He had the big one on the kick return that went for Matthew Golden that got brought back and really started the downfall for Texas, it felt like. And now they're going to be inside the 5-yard line.
He wasn't even close on that play, too. Like, you wasn't like your hold wasn't even going to affect the play. Like, Matthew Golden was going to go right past that guy. You weren't even relevant. All you got to do was just get in his way. I mean, that's just awareness. So we got to work on his awareness right now.
Well, and again, Rod, these are the best athletes they played. These are the best athletes Texas has played, and that's now 2 holds, and you're just trying to make a play. But yeah, that was irrelevant to the play again, right? That one had nothing to do with
nothing to do with it. It's like you could have let him go, and you'd have got yelled at by coach, but it still would have been irrelevant. Like, it wouldn't have affected the play at all. That's awareness or lack thereof for the young man. But yeah, going back to Georgia though, and that drive, think about it. So on that first, they had 6 plays on that drive, right? The first play they had a 4-yard run, second play a 3-yard run, and then they had a 3rd and 3. They completed. They converted, right? And then on the first down, sack because they threw the ball by Anthony Hill, you brought up. Then they had incompletion and then another incompletion. So when Georgia when they just start throwing the ball, which they did on 3 straight downs, you're good, Texas, because Carson Beck can't beat you. Your coverage and your pressure work really well. What you're struggling with is to stop running the football. So really, Georgia, their play calling kind of lost that drive. Like you were going, same recipe you had in the first half was just run the ball on early downs with success, get 3rd and short, 3rd and manageable. You did that on that drive, but then when you got to first down, you threw the ball 3 consecutive times. It's like, well, so did Texas stop you or did you stop yourself?
Hey, let me before we get to that super chat, that's great stuff, Rod. Before we get to that super chat, let me mention our friends at ATX Trees. They're bringing you the 3rd quarter. They did the 1st quarter too, direct from the tree farm to your home. And when we say the tree farm, it's their tree farm. They, as they being the Cedillo family, have been growing healthy trees and the best trees you can purchase for 30 years now. And it's a cycle of trees. They raise 18 different varieties of trees in stock. These are mature trees that are coming to your yard and house. So if you bought a house and it's treeless and you'd like to immediately upgrade the curb appeal of your home or your business or some property you have, ATX Trees is a locally owned and operated 25-year company. Tree size, as we said, these are mature trees. These are hard to find, and certainly hard to find by someone who knows what they're doing and raise the trees properly and then knows how to install them, and deliver them to your home and put a warranty on them. So they the transplant works great. They keep them healthy and they flourish in your yard. That's why there's not a lot of companies like this. They specialize in the mature trees. And then, of course, as they grow and you maybe get several trees for your home, then they come and they keep them pruned and looking great and growing and flourishing in your yard. Absolutely great. 25 years of experience, native trees in Central Texas. They have a tree farm in Liberty Hill, also one out in Dripping Springs where they're located, and they do it year round, and no one does it better. They also do the great Xeriscapes, as we know. Free delivery and installation and warranty on all the trees. 10% off all phone orders at 749-5149 and $200 off right now on those Xeriscapes projects of $2,500 or more. ATXtrees.com. That's ATXtrees.com or 749-5149. A great company, great people. Hard to find those kind of trees. 18 varieties plus special orders are available at ATXtrees.com. All right, Longhorns will start this drive from their 5-yard line. Got to get off of this one. And Quinn going to go deep on the first play. And Matthew Golden made a play, Rod. Matthew Golden made a play that time. Wasn't a great throw, but you'll take that.
That was a great play, great adjustment by Matthew Golden. And he went out and got it with outstretched hands, too. A lot of guys try to cradle those types of throws. He went out and got it. This is a fantastic catch.
And that was not a good throw by Quinn, but it worked out.
Terrible throw.
Allowed his receiver to come back to him.
It's a great catch by Golden.
Longhorns playing with some tempo now, playing maybe some rhythm. Got to get going here. But Longhorns have some momentum here now. An injury to 3, and we saw Jalen Walker go out of this game. I saw him go to the locker room there. I didn't hear what the injury was, but there he is. He's back. That guy was a menace in the first half. If you're just tuning in here with us on the On Texas Football Channel, wondering what the heck went on, Longhorns had 2 turnovers that led to points in the first half. They had 5 sacks allowed, 7 tackles for loss. This offense got totally dominated by Georgia. And number 11, Jalen Walker, was a big part of that. So far, though, second half, Texas has 80 yards, more than they had in the first half by double. And now they're moving the ball a little bit here on this drive. Points on this drive, Rob, would be huge just to get yourself, come off the 5-yard line, go even get a field goal to get within 13. That would be a momentum swinging kind of thing, especially at home.
Yeah, I think, and you got to be thinking touchdowns here too, right?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, because nothing's guaranteed. Yeah, you're trying to drive down the field here on Georgia, but I mean, Georgia could make a play at any time, get you behind the chains, create a turnover at any time. I mean, this is the best we've seen that Georgia defense play pretty much all season long. But I'm not surprised by it either, because that's just Kirby Smart's really good at dialing up ways to take away your strengths, your assets, your conceptual signatures, and he did it with Sark in this game. I think Sark's now just making the adjustments. Took him a little while, took the Texas team a little while, but I think they found something. I think they found a couple of exploitable areas and vulnerabilities within that Georgia defense.
Well, they also just need their offensive line to start getting a push and start picking up blocks and play better than they did in the first half. That happens. There can be opportunities at this with his Georgia D. And there's Trey Wisner making a cut and a nifty run.
Yeah, everybody's just a little more dialed in. That's all. Like the whole team's a little bit more dialed in now. They haven't been here. We haven't seen this team tested to this extent, and we haven't seen them have to battle back like this and have to fight to this extent. So we'll find out a lot about this team in this second half. Got the pony packaging. Uh-oh.
All right, Trey Wisner starting to get things going. We've seen very little of Jaden Blue in this game so far, Rod. A couple of plays earlier, but it's been all Jaden Blue.
Wisner.
What's that?
I think Wisner earned it with Sark.
No, I think you're right about that. He's 12 carries now, and he's starting to give them some semblance of running in. They're staying ahead of the chains, as you said, Rod. I think they're finding something, and I think the line is just starting to get a little push and get control of this Georgia front. See if the Longhorns can keep this going here. Momentum on the burnt orange side. There's Jaden Blue right there. And there's making a man miss and a stiff arm and getting out of bounds. Nice job. Texas playing with some ferocity that we didn't see in the first half.
That's a nice setup, too. Uses the pony package, which is something they haven't done a lot either. I like it. Just getting Jaden Blue in space. Jaden Blue in space is the whole – I mean, that's what you're trying to do if you're Sark. Engineer him in space and let him do the rest. That's all that was. Ooh, nice move.
All right, Longhorns are looking better than they have the entire night, obviously. These last two drives, they've come out of half with some intensity here. Jaden Blue with a nice run there. Here, Quinn, getting hot a little bit. That's an overthrow or a little bit of speed on it.
Yeah, I think that still went through Blue's hands, though. It looked like it. It's a tough throw. It's a bad throw, though. It wasn't a great throw. But you need to make exceptional plays in these moments. Yeah. See?
All right, now inside 5 minutes here this quarter, Longhorns are moving the ball.
No tempo. Getting it going.
Yeah, they're starting to get some rhythm here at offense. Well, there's a great play by defense. Another, backside blitz that time by Georgia trying to stem the run. Third down here, but it's 2-down territory, right, Rod? I mean, you're going 2 downs here. Or do you kick a field goal to get it to 13?
That's a different situation when you had 0 points on the board as opposed to now you have 8. And you've moved. This is the second time you've been able to drive down the field. So you can drive down the field now. So now it's a different calculation than, oh, no, we're in 4-down territory all the time. Maybe still be in it, but I'm saying different calculation.
Longhorns are going to go for it here on 4th down. They're not going to kick the field goal. They're going for it. 4th and 6 after getting nothing on that first down. Quinn's got to make a throw here. Oh, man, almost a pick.
Ooh, that's a different calculation because the way that football works is when you have 4th, nobody's going to throw a 18-yard throw on 4th and 6. Everybody's going to throw at the sticks. Those are the highest percentage routes for you to complete. You want to go a lower percentage route, you're going deeper downfield. So the reason that that's risky is because everybody's going to sit with they're playing everything tight. I'm jumping everything 6 yards and underneath. And
so one of our chats, Rod,
they play the situation.
Yeah,
that's why you could argue
the
points. Taking the points is probably not a bad idea there because it's 6. If it was 3, it'd be different, but it's 6. So.
Yeah, I agree with you. Well, and there's also the idea that as a message came in, I mean, if you looked at the replay after, he locked in on Isaiah Bond, and that's where he was going. But Matthew Golden was streaking across the middle on a post route, and he was open, and Quinn never even looked his way, and that's one read Quinn back, Rod. I mean, the throw, he almost threw a pick six. He's not lucky. He's lucky that didn't get picked off. And Matthew Golden was open coming across the middle of the football field. So Quinn, we've seen Quinn make some throws like that. They went 5 wide early in that second quarter, Rod, and he, was gonna squeeze it in there to Matthew Golden. They got picked off. Those are times you need your quarterback to make a throw. 4th and 6, if you're going for it, might need to let that play develop more.
I would say Golden wasn't wide open. It wasn't like he was without a defender near him. The defender was within like a yard or 2 yards. He was open. Now you're supposed to make that throw as a high-level quarterback. Has Quinn been making high-level throws today? No. He's been off on a lot of throws. He's been bad on a lot of throws. So I don't even know. First of all, I don't know if he was open. He was open, but for Quinn, I don't know if he was open. Now that read he took with Golden with that bun was his bad read. But my point is Quinn has not been very sharp. So
right.
I don't know what's open to him right now. I don't know what's you got to redefine wide open for Quinn.
Yeah, right you're right. You're right about that. You're right about that.
Sharp. Yeah. I mean, Quinn,
but again,
this is you just said it. We're starting to see one read Quinn. This is mullet Quinn we're seeing. This is mullet Quinn. And we ain't seen mullet Quinn in a while. I don't like mullet Quinn. I like the other Quinn. So
I mean, it's weird. Since he's come back from the injury, he looks more, I don't know what's going on. It just, we saw him in those first few games, the Michigan game in particular, where he just looked razor sharp. Even last year, can we go back to last year at the end of the season? They need to get that Quinn back because right now he's not sharp, and that's a throw that play never looked open. Rod, you said it right. They were going to jump on those short routes. It was 4th and 6. Isaiah Bond ran to the sticks and turned around, and the corner was running right with him. There might be need. That's where you want to see that next progression. Where can we go here? And that never happened. It was just going to be a throw. So one read Quinn back, mullet Quinn, as you say. But maybe that goes back to the previous conversation, Rod, about, can you kick a field goal there if your quarterback's not sharp and he's not, playing his best, maybe kick that field goal, right?
That's how I kind of, and I know that's a conservative approach. There's a lot of time left. You just drove down the field. I think that situation, because you're at 8 points on the board, take it, didn't make it 23-11, and at least the team has some, I think that you get some positivity, you get some optimism on the sideline. Like, all right, we accomplished something here. Something's accomplished. It's not going to be easy, and it's going to be tough, but we're making up ground here, and I think you kind of lost some ground there. That's all. And with Quinn's. Barron Sorrell is awesome, man. He's a beast.
Barron Sorrell's playing a great game. Barron Sorrell's playing a really great game. Now they didn't block him that time, so that was kind of easy. They were trying to beat him to the corner, but Barron Sorrell playing a heck of a ball game. Longhorn defense needs to stop here. Texas obviously needs the ball back. That's a good way to start. Now 2nd and 16. Carson Beck is under right about 56% completion. See if you can force a turnover on him. Here's
He's
ETN.
not sharp either.
No, he's not. I mean, you've got the Carson Beck you wanted. ETN's been the difference right now with the 6 point, almost 7 yards of carry.
And guys, in the second half, Georgia's play calling is helping you. As I pointed out in the first drive, they helped. They started throwing the ball after they got a first down run to football. And here they go with a reverse, like a wide receiver in and around. They help the first, you've been handing it off, getting 7 yards of pop to ETN, and you want to get fancy? Thank you.
100%.
We appreciate it.
Well, here we go. Big 3rd down. See if the Longhorns can get an interception here. There it is. Jahdae Barron. Oh, game-changing play. Game-changing play for the Texas Longhorns. Jahdae Barron.
Beautiful.
There is a flag down.
Well, I mean, it's after it be holding on. It is after the play, after the interception anyway. I would say like George is helping you. They're doing you a favor. But is it holding on? Oh, is it holding before the interception or after? That's the question. Before or after? Oh, come on.
It's on Texas. Pass interference. Huge play.
Man, that was man, that's heartbreaking. That's heart wrenching. It really is.
That's a bad call, Rod. I mean, he ran into him. I mean, that's a bad call.
Yeah, he initiated the contact. That's what you want to know. He initiated the offensive player initiated the contact.
That's a really bad call.
The offensive player initiate the contact. That's a bad call.
Bad call. Really bad call of a play that was a game-changing play, and it would have been the third interception of Carson Beck in that game, and it would have set Texas up with a chance to get right back in it.
Yeah,
really bad call.
Yeah, I said the offensive player initiated the contact. So how can that be pass interference when the offensive player initiated the contact?
Well, and to that point, Jade never held him though.
It said pass interference with the call, but the offensive player's hands are outstretched, pushing. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised by that, but that's not cool. That's not classy. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. I don't like that. I know the fans are upset.
Yeah, well, we were all watching it. I mean, they're there.
It's a BS call. It's a BS call.
The problem is they're going to get a penalty on the fans, and it's going to hurt Texas here in a second. Because remember,
the coach out there pleading with the fans to stop being a-holes. Come on now. They still throwing stuff.
They got to get them picked up, but here's the problem, Rod. I mean, it's going to go from a bad call to worse because you're going to get the pass interference on Jade Barron's a 15-yard penalty. You're going to get another 15-yard penalty if you're not careful here, and now you're going to have 30 yards. And they're going to have the ball and momentum, and it's a bad call. I mean, it's a terrible call. There's no other way to put it, but you can't do that because it's going to hurt the club because you're going to be out to the past midfield now. Jade Barron should have had a situation set up inside the 10-yard line for Texas to get right back in this game. That was a really, really bad call.
It's a BS call. There's no doubt. It was a terrible call. The offensive player initiated contact. So I don't even know how by definition it can be pass interference. How can it be pass interference? Look at him. He pushes better. I don't that's if you want to argue, maybe it was simultaneous contact. Yeah.
Yeah, Sark's pretty fired up.
Yeah, if it was my only criticism of Jade would be you should have more. Your depth should be shallow. You're pretty deep to play the catch technique. That's it. Okay. That's if you're gonna play catch technique, you're at 10 yards trying to play catch technique. You can only literally contact the receiver within 5. So if you want to get really, you really want to get meticulous about it, you're pretty far for the catch technique. You know what I mean? Like that's because that's what he's playing. He's playing. I'm gonna catch the receiver and then I'll go make a play. So maybe if you want to get there, but I'm with you. I think there was a BS call. Yeah, I think the wide receiver initiated contact. If you're the ref, you let it go. I think you let that contact go. You let him play. If I'm watching film with Jade on Sunday, I say you're a little deep to be, playing the catch technique. Are they gonna reverse the call?
Oh wow, they're reversing the call. Oh wow.
Wow.
Now Kirby Smart's gonna be mad. How is that possible?
Have you ever seen that before?
No, Rod, I've not.
Wow. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before. Have you ever seen that before, E?
No, never
Whoa.
once.
Talk about So now you've encouraged every fan base to protest by throwing ish on the field. Every fan base around the country knows how to protest now. Like, that is wild. It's great. I love it. But it is insane. That is insane. That is insanity. That is insanity, man. Come on. Like I said, who advocates throwing stuff on the field? It worked. It worked. Y'all were influenced by it. The refs were influenced. The tail wagged the dog, guys. The tail wagged the dog.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen it, Rod. I've never, but it was such an obviously blatantly bad call that they conference. But like, terrible I don't know that I've ever seen a worse call that took that. I mean, we understand how big that play was, but
yeah, it was a terrible call. But this is also this is a terrible precedent. Okay, so what's worse, the call or the precedent? Which one's worse, guys?
I mean, the officials are going to have to explain it after the game. The officials are going to have to explain that after the game, without a doubt.
Which one's worse, though, E? Which one's worse, the call or the precedent?
Well, I have to hear the explanation before I can know what the precedent is. And great play by the defense.
When you throw ish on the field, now I can influence the refs. If I throw enough stuff on the field,
I need to know if when they give their written explanation of what happened.
Precedent.
I don't know that the trash on the field influenced their call. I need to know what their conversation was that actually led to them picking up the flag.
But we know it did. We know it influenced them. They don't have to tell us. We know. We know it influenced you. I watched the game.
Oh, I know, but I have to hear
magic bullet theory.
I can't set the precedent until I know what the decision, what rule they use, or what how they came to that conclusion. I have to know that. I have to know that.
E, you're waiting for the magic bullet theory. Okay, you don't need anybody to take the magic bullet
touchdown. All right,
you're waiting for the magic bullet theory. They were influenced by the fans. The tail wagged the dog. They got scared. And you know what? Good for them. Jay Blue touchdown. I like it. Hey, it's all on Texas side right now. I love it.
All right, Texas will go for one here because it'll make it a one-score game. You get yourself to within 8. I mean, Kirby Smart can be mad about it too, but at the same time, he knows that wasn't pass interference and it was a terrible call.
Terrible call.
I understand your magic bullet thing. I'm just saying, there's got to be the officials got together. Sure, the fans were throwing things on the field, but they made a decision based on some type of rule or escape hatch that they have, and I need to hear what that is. I don't know what that is, but I've never seen that before. But the Longhorns will take it. They're now down 8. They were down 23, and now within a score.
I'll take it. I will take it all day, every day, and twice on Sunday. I'm just examining it from an objective view. Like, that's pretty wild.
I get you.
I did call that Texas route. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you. Yeah, I called it, baby. I said during the week on that linebacker since what they got. The kid was out. Oh, boom. There you go. Texas route. Ran in the spring game. It was money. And they had that starting linebacker that was going to be out for the game. Run the Texas route. Thank you, Matthew. Boom. Blackstradamus calls it again.
Good call.
Money.
Good call. Little angle route, and Texas is on the board. And now the pressure flies back on Georgia here. Carson Beck's got to move the football. Longhorns are very much in this game.
That was amazing. I've never witnessed that. But I am my heart rate's up. That's crazy. I can't believe that. I cannot believe they reversed the call. I am happy they did, but I cannot believe it. I can't believe it. And Texas gonna win this game now. I feel like they're gonna win the game now, and it's gonna come back down to this call.
Well, it's gonna. I mean, that's gonna be the story of the weekend. I mean, the Arch Manning playing 2 series in the second quarter now is gonna be forgotten. However this game goes.
That's a great point. We're not really talking about that now.
Now Texas with all the momentum. Wow, Longhorns are on fire. Well, let me say this, Rod, because you're being objective and I'm trying to be objective too. Like, they're not going to come after the game. The officials are going to have to explain that to Kirby Smart and Georgia fans. They're not going to say that, well, because the fans were about to riot, we changed the call. They're not going to say that. They're going to say something. They're going to say something that's not that. So I need to hear what that is. and then maybe it'll make more sense. I don't know. They're going to say something that's
it's going to sound like the magic bullet theory too. That's my point. It's going to sound like, well, that sounds like a bunch of BS. What the hell are they talking about?
Oh yeah, 100%.
100%. I saw with my own eyes, and yet y'all trying to tell me I saw something different. I didn't see a magic bullet. I saw the fans throw stuff on the field, and y'all say, "Oh, we messed up really bad." Which
well, here comes Texas.
Texas fans.
But you know what? I mean, Rod, when you look at
you
these
know
things,
you can affect the game. The 12th man. The 12th man, right? This is the 12th man theory right here.
Here we
At
go.
work.
Here we go.
To hell with the Aggies 12th man. Yeah, baby. The 12th man is affecting the game. Texas, good for y'all. Texas students, God bless y'all. Y'all affected the game. Isn't that amazing?
Well, and I still think that maybe Greg Sankey made the call. I don't know, because he saw how bad that call was. Maybe he called down and said, change that call. That was horrible. Here we go. Here is another third down or a second down for Carson Beck, and that ball went to nobody, and the Longhorns are on fire. The crowd is up. This game is a game, folks. This is unbelievable. Because you know what's going to be interesting about that, Rod? Here's you and I do what we do for a living. The public perception is going to be on Texas's side. Georgia fans are going to be irate, and rightfully so. But it was a terrible call. So the fact that they actually changed it in real time before it, because Georgia was going to have the ball out near midfield when they, didn't deserve it. And now Texas is back in this game, and here we go. We got a ball game with 1:23 to go, third quarter. Another third down and long. Texas has gotten pressure on Carson Beck. He's thrown 3 interceptions already in this game, and here comes the heat. See if he can make a throw. Yep, he did. Look out.
Hey, he's got some NFL chops now.
Yeah, there you go. That's his best throw of the night right there. And he got his offensive line picked up.
Yep, that was separation too. It's a good route by the wide receiver. He was going up against Malik Muhammad. Malik Muhammad don't give up stuff like that. He had inside leverage, still got it on him. Yep.
Good throw, good route, good play, Georgia. Now we got a high-level football game, right? We got two teams playing, high-level football. Texas decided to join the party here in the second half.
Damn right. Yep. Thanks to the Texas.
Oh, look out. Look out. They go razzle dazzle. No, don't get 15 yards, Mike.
Yeah. And Texas, remember Texas had that, and then Trey Weisler dropped it. It was going to be like a 40-yard.
One of the biggest plays of the first half.
Yeah, remember that? That was basically Texas' version of this play, except Texas dropped it pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
so Sark had one ready to go. That ain't Sark's fault. He had one ready to go.
No, that was that, and that was a huge play early. That really led to the onslaught. But props to Georgia for responding. That's what a good team does right there. I mean, it was all on them, and they got out of their own end zone, and here they go.
Good play. Good play. Nice. Yeah. All right. Got a game. Just that simple.
We got a game, Rod. 15 second quarter, third quarter points. Our third quarter is brought to you by ATX Trees and our good buddy Albert and Alex Cedillo. The Cedillo family, 25 years, is one of the better agronomists and tree companies in all of Texas. Go find them, atxtrees.com. All right, Rod, what do we think here? 23-15. Now the Georgia Bulldogs with that first down throw and then the trick play are into Texas scoring territory. Jerry, pick it up.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that before? A call get reversed like that? What in the world?
Y'all should have seen Bobby's reaction to this one. Rob, you can only imagine. That recliner made so many noises going back and forth for about 3-minute time period. Imperative that Texas holds Georgia to a field goal here. Imperative. Can't be a touchdown here.
Did you video Bobby's response to Jerry so we could enjoy it all? So we all can enjoy it?
I did not. I think I was jaw dropped from the initial call, and then the change of the call, and then producer Matt said it best: every team in college football be throwing beers and water bottles.
Exactly.
On the field precedent. They get a call they don't like.
Yes, you literally just set the precedent for the rest of college football. Throw ish on the field when there's an egregiously bad call, which happens every Saturday.
The crazy thing about that is without it, Georgia would have run a play. Run a play.
Yep, you're right. They saved it. The Texas fans, the students, they actually changed the momentum and the trajectory of this game, ladies and gentlemen. And they showed every student fan base around the country, you can do the same. The 12th man does not only live in College Station. God bless them Texas students, baby. God bless y'all. Texas fight. Texas fight.
Who knew Dasani would have such an impact on the game? It's Dasani they sell in the stadium, right?
Wow. That was amazing. What a moment. What a moment for Texas.
You know who won't. You know who doesn't have enough water bottles to throw on the. Never mind. I'm not gonna say it. Florida State. All right.
Too easy. All right.
All right. So Rod, got to hold them to a field goal here. Look, and then in the fourth quarter, you're going to have to take chances defensively because Carson Beck is a turnover machine. They got to get one more in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. No, you're right about that. Texas has forced a lot of turnovers. They have not cashed in on them.
No.
And that I'm with you on that. If you can put this game in Carson Beck's hands, because honestly, the truth is, I've been saying this earlier. Georgia's taking themselves out of the game a little bit with their play calling.
Yeah.
They've been throwing the football on early downs, and they shouldn't. They want to run the football on early downs instead of handing off to a guy who's averaging, what is Trevor Etienne averaging? Like 7 yards a carry, over 6 yards a carry. He was averaging almost 8 yards a carry when they decided to run it in and around on early downs. I'm like, okay, please, thank you. Just keep doing dumb stuff instead of just handing off the football to the guy averaging 7 yards a carry. I don't know.
By the way, really good play call by Bobo on the reverse pass. That
was good.
Oscar. Now the tip of the cap on that one. But I agree. The interesting thing for me too will be in this game is you got to hold them to a field goal so you get it to 11, right? Mm-hmm. And Texas is going. If I'm Georgia, I can't believe Georgia kind of went with the squib, half-ass onside kick to start the second half when Texas had nothing going offensively. I thought that was arrogance to start the second half. You kick the ball deep and say, all right, Texas, you haven't got 2 first downs. Are you really going to go 75 yards against my defense tonight? Instead, he gave a dang near dead offensive animal midfield position. I was shocked that they did that to start the second half. That was arrogant. That was arrogance, not smart coaching. That wasn't aggressive coaching. That wasn't a good coaching decision when the team you're playing has zero momentum offensively.
Well, now Andrew Makuba is down and holding his knee. Let's hope he's okay. That's not good. Real quick, guys, because I agree with you, Jerry. I said the same. And one of our super chats mentioned the 2017 Rose Bowl when Oklahoma did that against Georgia to start the second half, and that led to a overwhelming Georgia win in that game. I think that was a Baker Mayfield game, but this doesn't look good. Hate to see it for Andrew Makuba, who's already had an injury or an interception in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not one the way he's moving that knee in normal ACL reaction necessarily, but we have to see, right? But he took a helmet. What he did is he took a helmet on that knee, on the side of the knee for sure.
Gosh, hope he's okay. He's been playing so good, and he's worked his way back into being
a high reaction.
Do what, Rod?
Now, just hopefully his reaction is that he realizes he's probably not going to come back into the game. Yeah. Not that it's something really, really serious that he's like, hey, man, I'm upset. I can't contribute in this game anymore. I'm probably going to be out for the game. Hopefully that's why he's upset. He does seem very upset.
Yeah, agreed. Because that guy is a great leader in that secondary. They're already down Derek Williams for the rest of the year. You'd hate to see that.
Yeah, safety depth is now an issue, guys.
Big time.
Well, he's got pressure on it. That's a good thing, guys. He's walking off under his own power. He may not be able to play tonight, but that is a great piece of news right there.
Yeah,
good observation, Jerry, about taking a helmet to it.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you immediately start bending your knee like that, that's not the reaction of an ACL. So that he took a helmet on that knee, and that one is a painful hit.
All right, guys, big spot here for Texas. 1st and 10 after that play. Rod, Jerry, you said it. It's imperative that they force a field goal here and keep this thing manageable. You can't fall back 15 again.
No doubt. I mean, you can't give up a touchdown here. You cannot give up because then you have no margin for error the rest of the game. Zero. if you give up a touchdown. You got to give up a field goal here. You got to force a field goal here to get it to a 2-score game, but an 11-point game. You have zero margin for error if it gets back to 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, you're in the game if you force a field goal. You're not, arguably, if you don't. And good play by Barron Sorrells. He's played a hell of a game tonight. We're going to get a face mask.
Oh, yeah, big time. He grabbed it. Yep. Yeah. He's had a hell of a game, though.
He has. Hustle play, but Barron Sorrell's playing a high. Barron Sorrell, Alfred Collins, Rod Babers playing high-level games defensively tonight.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah, just a little. Yeah, he just grabbed it.
Hey, Rod, what Kirby Smart did that nobody's been able to do to Texas this year. I mean, Oklahoma did to a certain extent, but they were playing that 3 high, right?
A lot of it, yeah.
Georgia took away the bread and butter and the short misdirection stuff early in this game against the Texas offense. They did a really good job, and Starks had to respond, getting running backs on linebackers in the second half. He's had to hunt some different matchups in this game.
Yep. And that's what I said during the week. That's what Kirby's good at, right? Kirby's good at taking away your conceptual signatures. Things that your bread and butter, he's going to take away your bread and butter. Uh-oh. That was a nice tendency break. Having Carson Beck around at that time, too. Now
they're going to review this.
Did they hold him?
Are they? Why are they?
They're going to review it. They're going to review it.
I mean, they're going to go for it anyway. It doesn't matter. This is 4 down territory for Georgia.
Yeah.
They're not kicking a field goal here. And so it really doesn't matter.
I think to the naked eye, it looks like the ball hit the plane. We'll see.
Yeah. And I mean, they're going for it anyway, so it doesn't matter. Like, it's 4 down territory. Especially after what just happened, what just transpired with the officials reversing the call. You're on the goal line, you go for it. This is 4 down territory. Now you try to put the nail in the coffin because Texas right now is like pet cemetery.
Yeah.
Coming back to life on you.
You look at Kirby Smart's exhaustion on his face. This game is really a lot for everybody. He's like, if we don't get a touchdown,
they got it. They got it.
Because the knee wasn't quite down.
I think he got it, guys.
Yep.
He got it. He's an intelligent runner.
Yes, he is.
First touchdown. You see that maybe it's like bodily intelligence. Like he understands like the mechanics of his body. He does a great job of being able to maximize every run. They didn't give it to him?
Yeah, it's a touchdown. The crazy thing is Michael Taft comes up and makes a good play. And because Michael Taft's left knee gets under Etienne's left knee, his left knee doesn't hit the ground. That's just crazy things that happen in a contact sport, that Michael Taft makes a good play, but because of because of the way he was contorted, his left knee got under Etienne's left leg, so the ball got to the goal line.
That's Etienne. He makes a lot of those types of plays, though. His body control for a running back is freaky, man.
He's going to be a really good pro, Rod.
I think so. I'm with you on that. I can see him like
pro. He almost fits better in the pros than he does college.
It's a weird thing to say, but I totally agree with it. I feel like you're right on the money with that assessment.
All right, we'll see what this call is. I think you're right. It's going to be hard, though, because his momentum was stopped, and, it's very, very close. And the fact that they called it what they called it, if they'd called it a touchdown originally, I don't think they could overrule it, but it's going to be hard to find indisputable.
This crew can.
Hey, if they push this to a 4th down, Kirby's going to lose his mind.
He is going to. Yeah, they should do it just to see him lose and have a meltdown. They could kick him out of the game.
Kirby's going to bypass bumping players. He's going to go straight to bumping officials.
Seriously.
Hey, by the way, how crazy is this, Aaron? Carson Beck has not played well at all.
No, he's been terrible.
And
all the quarterbacks have been bad in this game.
They got to go.
Oh,
play stands.
Wow.
Still 3rd and goal.
Told you they're going for it anyway. They're going for it. That don't matter. They're going for it.
4th and goal.
Yeah,
4th and goal, right?
Well, the ABC's
Third
got
and
third and goal up there.
Yeah.
It's third and goal. They're going to go for it, though. I'm saying it's 4-down territory. There's no doubt. I mean,
Tush push.
this might be the game pretty much on the line right here. This is the game in a nutshell.
Nope, they're not giving it to him. He did not get a spot. The ball's out. Neither line judge is giving him a spot of a touchdown.
What a terrible play call. I'm not going to lie. That is a horrible play call.
Yeah, Kirby's not having a good second half. The squib kick to start the half.
That was a terrible play call right there.
Yep, that was not good. You've been talking about the play calling that's kind of helped Texas here.
Oh, it's been bad.
And then obviously you had one go against him that was the correct flip, but we've never seen that before. Our huge play here, obviously, guys.
Here we go.
You might want to give it to Trevor Etienne. He's been pretty good tonight, right?
Aaron? I mean, you think? I mean, I wouldn't want the ball in Carson Beck's hands at all in this game.
Big fourth down.
They got it. Yeah, it's like, why would they've been for some reason not giving it to him. I don't know what. He's been having 8 yards of carry. They've been trying to avoid him for some reason.
Well, now he's got 3 touchdowns. And now he's got 3 touchdowns on the night.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm not surprised. I mean, it made sense. I figured they were in anyway. It's a good play by him, though.
All right, guys, let's play strategy here. 12 minutes to go in the game. I mean, if the game's not over, if you can go down and score a touchdown and get it back to within 1 score, then you need to stop. But the Longhorns have to score pretty quickly here. I mean, they got to get down and get the ball in the end zone.
Texas has 3 timeouts. Not really at play here in this game, but yes, Aaron, that's the key. And look, if you're Georgia, Rod, don't you just drop 7 or 8 and say, all right, dink and dunk it down here. You haven't really done it. And
I'd make Quinn beat me. I would make
yeah.
Quinn breathe the field.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm not saying I'm a super conservative guy, but in this instance, up 2 touchdowns, Rod, if you want to drive down a 5-6 minute drive, go for it. Then if you get us in the red zone, tip of the hat. But I'm not sure I'm playing a lot of risky coverage in this one right now.
No, because the only thing that really, if you're Georgia right now, that can come back to bite you is a quick score. Fast score. That's the only thing you're trying to avoid. If they go down the field and score a touchdown, you're fine with that as long as it takes 5 to 6 minutes. If it takes 5 to 6 minutes for them to score 1 touchdown, you still feel good if you're Georgia. What you can have them to score in like 2 and 3 minutes. They score in 2 or 3 minutes and then get a 3 and out. Oh, right back. We're in game again. So so he's right. It's all about how quickly Texas can score and then how quickly Texas defense can get Georgia off the field. So these next 2 drives is basically the game. Georgia, can they keep the ball for longer than 6 minutes? And can Texas force a 3 and out when they get the ball back? And when Texas gets the ball, can they go down and score? But can they do it quickly? Like, that's basically the game in a nutshell. Your next 2 drives, that's it. We'll figure it out for Texas anyway. They got to score.
Let me mention, guys.
Hey, and then by the way, long way to go. But if Texas were to go down and score the F game, this is what we're talking about. PK's got to be more aggressive.
Yeah, I don't disagree because let me give credit to Georgia right there because, guys, that was a championship level drive. 11 plays, 89 yards, 503. I mean, that we all saw it. I mean, the stadium was about to riot. I mean, that place was intense. And, they were backed up and there was a big 3rd down and Carson Beck has not played good tonight. But Texas brought a blitz and he made one really good throw. The kid ran a great route on Manny Muhammad. And then the trick play that kind of, as you said, Rod, very similar to what Texas ran with Trey Wisner, but, their guy caught it and they flipped the field and now they're in the end zone. That was a hell of a drive. If they go on to win this game, that was a moment. It was 23-15. It was an 8-point game. And that was pretty big time by Georgia right there.
Yeah, it was. I mean, they've come up clutch. They really have, man. They've come up clutch when they've needed to, whether it be on some 3rd downs. And this is, I think, this will be the test truly for Texas. I mean, if Texas can go down and score quickly for Sark, Sark has got, I call them money plays. And every coach has got some. They got the money play scripts. Like, all right, I got money. I got plays that I know will work against this team. We based on this coverage, based on this situation and circumstance. This is a test for Sark. This is it. Can Sark go down? Because you need a touchdown, no doubt about it. You actually need a touchdown and a 2-point conversion at one point here, right? Trying to make this comeback. So for Sark, how quickly can you score? Because you have to do it in under 5 minutes is, I think, the max here for Sark. If it takes you longer than 5 minutes to score, this game might be over. Because if you take 6 minutes to score and then Georgia gets the ball back and they take 5 minutes, game's over.
Yeah,
So
you're right
you
about
gotta
that.
score 5 minutes is basically your max you got here to score. And you gotta, hopefully quicker than that.
Yeah, you're right about that. All right, 30-15. Longhorns are back in it, but boy, they could have used a stop there when it was backed up, inside the 10-yard line. Give Georgia a lot of credit right there as we move forward. But Longhorns have shown some signs of life, and here we go. Texas with the ball, and the offense has been much better in the second half than it was in the first. Our fourth quarter brought to you by my buddy, Anthony Hippolito for Hays County Sheriff. He wants your vote coming up. If you're already early voting, make sure you vote for him. If you live in Hays County, please vote for Anthony. If you don't, encourage everybody you know in Hays County to vote for Anthony. Gosh, he's 30 years in law enforcement, retired APD, has the strong endorsement of the sitting sheriff who is retiring and wants Anthony to take the reins and keep running it like they have in that sheriff's department. Vote for him, please. Vote for Anthony. He's also an On Texas Football avid watcher. All right,
shout out to Anthony. I'll vouch for Anthony too, man. I've known Anthony for a while. He's a good dude. Good guy.
Yeah, he's a great dude. Great guy.
He's a great dude. Yeah, I was just as a human being. I don't know about, I didn't know he was running for sheriff, but he's a great guy. I've known him for years. Great guy.
Yeah, he is a great guy. Good, great family, great people, and we'll do great things for Hays County. Thank you, Rod, for saying that. Good throw. What's the flag here?
Oh man. Oof.
What we got? Damn it.
Golden he just got his neck jammed up a little bit, man.
Oh,
that's gonna be targeting.
I don't think they threw.
I don't know if he hit him with his helmet though.
Flags out.
Yeah,
If you like shoulder the helmet to me, how are they going to call it? I don't know.
Well, but by the rule, Rod, it's going to be leading with the crown of the helmet, head or neck area, and he led with it.
He did. He led with it, but he didn't hit him helmet. He hit.
Yeah, you're right.
Shoulder.
You're right.
So I don't know how that works. I don't know if it's you got to. I don't know. I will admit that targeting rule is weird to me. I don't get it. So.
Well, because they both lowered their shoulder or their helmets, but yeah, that's going to be. Yeah, I think you're right though. I think Kirby's going to lose his mind here if they lose this one too. But
I think they hit shoulder. Both of them hit shoulder to helmet. So I don't know if that's still with a definition. I don't know.
The question is, now look, this one they're starting safeties. Is he out? I mean, he's ejected, right, from this?
I think so. And then the first half of the next game, right?
And the first half of the next game, yeah.
Whatever the next game is. Yeah, Kirby's gonna have to have a meltdown. Kirby's gonna lose his ish when this guy gets kicked out.
Yeah, he's out. Call confirmed.
Go to Kirby right now. Let's see his reaction.
That's a net jammer right there. Whew.
All right, well, that's it. Well, let's hope Matthew's okay because the play itself picked up 15 or 20 yards, and now you're in the Texas, you're in the Georgia territory. You talk about quick scores, guys. That's a 30-yard play right there.
Yep, that's what you need. And you know what? Attack that safety. Whoever the backup safety is, go at that guy.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, bunch formation here on the right side. Trips to the right.
Yep. Who's the backup safety? Go at that guy.
Gunnar Helm's first catch, give Georgia credit that he has not really been a factor in this game.
No, absolutely.
Early. He
did. He's got 3 catches now.
They have not been plays downfield at all. They've been they check downs pretty much.
Yeah, 3 for 14 now for Gunnar Helm. I forgot about the early throws that they had. Good throw. Oh, overthrew Ryan Wingo. Wash.
Oh man.
That could have helped with that quick drive right there, boys. So that was a good play.
He has somebody in his face, but that's an NFL throw. With somebody barreling down on you, make that throw. Scouts will love to see that. He had a D lineman in his face, but still, watch the guy coming at him. He still would be great.
Well, that's because Gunnar Helm missed his block, but again, he was blocking the defensive end. But either way, a little more time, that might have been a touchdown or at least a huge play. 3rd and 7 now, 2-down territory for Texas, no doubt.
Oh yeah, no question.
Where did that pressure come from on that play?
Off the left side.
Right.
Left side.
Yeah.
Quinn's left.
Yeah.
Good throw there. Trey Wisner is gonna. It's gonna be 4th and short here, boys.
That was a really nice throw by Quinn, though. Oh man, safety came down for Georgia though. Georgia, you can tell they hit different though than other teams Texas
No
play.
doubt, Rod. That's 4 straight top 2 recruit, 5, 6 straight top 2 recruiting classes right there.
Yeah, man. They come
Physical
down.
in the Southeast, man.
That's another helmet to helmet
I
collision.
know, how's
too.
that not targeting? How's that not targeting?
I'm with you.
No,
Oh boy, gosh, Texas, this is what they've been tonight.
You gotta be effing kidding me, man. You gotta be kidding me. That's brutal.
Gunner Helm.
All right, what are we doing here? Now you got to go for it, right, guys? 4th and 6.
Oh yeah, 4th and 6. What? 10:41 to go.
Do you go?
You got to.
You don't have enough time to get the ball. To say you're gonna get the ball back 2 more times, like you don't know. You gotta go for it.
Got to have a play.
Your money plays though. What I said, every coach has got money plays. What it starts a money play? It better not be some sad sack of you know what. It better be, even if it doesn't succeed, as long as it's a good play. I don't want to see some sad sack of a play.
All right, guys. Timeout, Texas. Thoughts on the ticket? I mean, this is a huge play. You got to get your money play in. You good with a timeout, even though you're probably going to need them later?
Yeah, no, because
Yes.
to get your money play right, like no,
Yes.
I got to get a good play. I won't be rushed into calling this play. I need to make sure I get the right play and get everybody on the same page. I'm cool with the timeout. I think it's a good move. Good move.
One thing I want to get into with you guys here, and our 4th quarter brought to you by Vote for Anthony, my man Anthony Hippolito, Rod's good friend too. He's in Hayes County. Hey, so as you were getting off at halftime, Jerry, now as we've watched the entirety of this game to the 10 minutes and 41 seconds to go, Rod's conspiracy theory about Kirby cut the cord, and because it really feels like, to Rod's point, it was a very even game until the cord was cut, and all of a sudden there was this avalanche of Georgia because Texas had to not communicate too. Is there anything resonating? I love this conversation because it feels like a pretty even game except for those 10 minutes of football.
Yeah, I don't know on that. I'm sure they'll talk about it after. But look, my thing with the first half was the offensive line just did not play at a level they had to play.
You're right about that.
I mean, they didn't play at a level they had to play. They've played better this half, obviously. But Jalen Walker dominated the first half, but the Texas offensive line did not hold up in pass protection. And 5 sacks in the first half it was. Georgia turned it over 2 times, and you had 5 sacks. I mean, to me, that was an offensive line game against Georgia because these guys Georgia needed momentum. They had been lacking their own momentum this season. Even against Mississippi State, they gave it some big plays down the field. And Georgia is still an extremely talented team, and they got a little momentum for the first time in a big game in the first half of that game. And it snowballed on Texas because Texas could not pass protect.
Agreed. Yeah.
All right. Well, here we go. 10:41 to go. Texas is going to go for this on 4th down coming out of the break. Rod, you talk about money plays. What do you think? What are you dialing up? Who are you looking for? Who are you targeting?
Yeah, sometimes you think players, not plays in these situations. So I'm maybe thinking about a certain player he's trying to get the football to in this situation and not giving Quinn multiple options, right? Like, no, Quinn, this is going to be the guy. I'm scheming him open for you. Just get it.
Yep. That's what's got to happen.
Like, where the ball's going. We all know. I'm going to make it look like you going through some regressions, but you ain't. This is the guy, and he's going to be open because I'm going to scheme him open. That's kind of how I feel this game's going to. That's how I would go with it. I don't want him going through progressions right here. I don't want it. I want you to know exactly where you're going with the football. We all do.
All right, play of the game so far. I mean, obviously, there's been a lot of big plays, but without this one, the Longhorns probably can't win this ball game. Oh, here we go. Now they're having a targeting discussion about that play that
Rod told you. That was more targeted than the other one. Yeah, that was targeted. The other one to me was questionable.
Here we go. It's only because it wasn't a wide receiver, y'all. Just because we know, right? It was a wide receiver, not it was a running back who actually caught a pass.
Yeah,
but that's
you're
fine.
right. All right, here we go.
Quinn's got to make a throw. Oh, great pass rush again. Ball on the ground wouldn't have mattered. Boy, Kelvin Banks.
Who was on the edge? Was that Mikael Williams on the edge? Who was that coming
Yeah,
off?
Michael Williams came off the edge and
Man,
got Quinn's arm.
He has not been healthy all year, and now they're just using him in passing rush situations, and it's killing him. He is making some money. Man.
Yep, Kelvin Banks, one-on-one with an NFL player, and that is that's a turnover.
That's first round pick on first round pick. I don't know if he's going to go this year, but
100%.
Right, that's first round on first round right there.
All right. Well, whether you punted or you went for it, you're gonna have to get you have to get a stop. You got to get 3 and out is really what you got to have. You had to have that if you punted.
You need 3 and out. You got to get it back fast. You got 10 minutes here. If they get 4 first downs, you might be talking about the game being over pretty much. Depending on how they want to milk the clock with those 4 first downs. You got to score 2 touchdowns here, guys.
Yeah.
So
7 sacks tonight for Georgia.
Wow.
Yeah, if Texas offensive line doesn't come out with hair on fire next week in Vanderbilt, it won't be a good sign.
But they won't be facing athletes like this, so it doesn't matter. That's the part about it. That we know, Jerry. Like I said, everything up until this point has been open book test, and we know it. It's been an open book test. Georgia was the midterm, and I will say before the Texas offensive line, they faced Michigan. Michigan was a really good defensive front, and Oklahoma was a havoc-wreaking defense. So honestly, this is a little more surprising to me than a lot of the other elements of this game. The offensive line has been dominated like this.
Yeah, you're right about that. I agree with you, Rod.
That play was going nowhere anyways.
Oh, wow. That's a pretty big drop, gentlemen. Are you guys on point with that? That was a pretty big drop.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, that's now 3rd and 10, and that was a first down that was going to – wow. Hey, mark that down if Texas can mount a comeback here. That was
that's the crazy thing about this game. Carson Beck's been really bad, but when he makes a good throw, they've dropped it. They haven't helped his ass at all in this game.
Like
it's like Georgia has not played well offensively in this game.
Nope.
I mean, they have played bad offensively in this game too. And it's like, okay, well, you want to say, well, the Texas defense is holding up. Well, Georgia is helping the Texas defense in this game. Texas defense has stepped up and made it competitive, but Georgia's had guys open in this game. They've just dropped multiple passes without defenders around them. It's been crazy.
Still hope. Yeah, I agree with you, Jared. You're right about that. And there's still hope now. That was a 3 and out. That's what you needed. I mean, that was it. That's all you needed right there. Now, it was more
and they threw it twice, Rod, so they only used like a minute off the clock.
That's the other thing, Aaron.
Georgia's helping you. Go look at the second half drive chart, guys. Georgia is helping you because they're not handing the ball off to Trevor Etienne.
Trevor Etienne's a really nice guy because I'd be coming off at some point and say, what are you doing here? Give me the ball, man. We're up 2 touchdowns.
He should have 20 rushes by now. He should have 20 rushes by now. He does.
I said this in the first half. Georgia had lined up in pass shell offensively 72% of the time this season coming into this game. 72%.
Crazy. That's wild. That's crazy. That's wild. I can't believe that. And honestly, I can't believe them that drive. But I'm happy about it. Texas has to score quickly now. They can't. This has got to be a 3-4 minute drive here for Texas. They still got to score fast.
I mean, Stark hadn't moved the pocket tonight at all. That's one thing that's been interesting about this game.
No, I agree with you on that.
He's put it on his offensive line to pass pro, and they've got beat.
He might move. How about that? Now I know they haven't been going downfield a lot because they haven't been given the time by the offensive line.
Yep.
So that's the thing, right? If they had time, they probably could exploit this Georgia defense down the field.
They don't have time.
Exactly. On time. So if you're Georgia, what do you know? Well, they can only complete stuff that's short. So we're going to be very aggressive and flood those short areas. That's why you see some picks. You see them be aggressive, jump some routes because they know he doesn't have time to get the football downfield. So to your point, move that pocket, give him a little bit extra time, combine that with a double move. Now Quinn's got to make the throw. None of it matters if he underthrows it or throws it, you know what I mean? It's an errant throw that's off the mark, which has been the case at least half the time in this game. So Quinn's got to make a good throw too. He can't just be start scheming it up. That ain't enough in this game.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see if the Longhorns can mount a drive. 4 turnovers for Texas now, 0 for 10 on third down. They're 1 for 13 on third or fourth down. These are not numbers of a winning game, but yeah, it's not good. It's not good for Texas right now. But it's funny, Rod, when you look at and Jerry, when you look at the box score up there in the middle right corner, I mean, Georgia had their 16-point flurry, and Texas had their 15-point run in the second quarter after the Jahdae Barron touchdown. I go back to that 11-play drive off of the 9-yard line that really is separating this game to where Texas feels like it's an uphill battle. I mean, obviously the first touchdown came right at the end of the first quarter, which, you know, you could kind of combine those as a 23-point run. But boy, that drive was so big, and that false start hurt. Good point right there, 100%. The false start was brutal, and that's been Texas, right? The self-inflicted wounds, the drop Trey Wisner, you know, huge play pass in the first quarter. That was followed up by a penalty that they didn't get points off of Makuba's interception. These are things that, you know, as you said, Rod, good teams keep getting better, win or lose. Texas will get better off this game and we'll see what the injury report looks like, but man, I mean, Sark has talked. Let's give credit to Sark on this. He's talked about the self-inflicted wounds, the mistakes they make that hurt themselves. It's really shown up here against a really high-quality opponent.
Wow, surprised to see him go with the pony here. I like the pony, but good for him. All right, running the football. Has Matthew Golden come back in the game? Do we know?
That was almost a face mask. I've
not seen that.
I've not seen that yet.
Okay. Oh, there he is. He's out there.
Yeah, so he's back. That's good.
He's out there. Yeah, there he is.
Did he get out of bounds? That's key. Now clock runs. Here we go. Sark, don't you got to move with some urgency here, guys?
Yeah, should have got out of bounds. That's situational awareness by Blue. He should have got out of bounds there.
100% true.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing. I mean, get out of bounds. That's your.
Yep. That's why the play was called the way manner in which it was called.
Matthew, hey, one thing we'll never question is Matthew Golden's toughness, man. Guy plays fearless.
Yep. Agreed.
Good.
All
right, there's Wingo. Good play. Now you got to go.
That was a hell of a catch. Good catch, man. All right, you gotta go hurry up now. Let's go. Come on. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Yeah, this is taking too long.
It is. I'm like, let's come on.
That's their first third down conversion, guys. They're 1 for 11 now.
That's amazing. That's amazing by the Georgia defense. It really is.
Oh, wow. Gosh.
Oh, no.
Quinn seeing ghosts, y'all. He's kind of all over the place.
Yeah. It's not the best version of Quinn.
Got to make some big time throws right here. And that's our catch. Probably needs to be made. It kind of went behind him and whistled over his wrong ear hole that time. All right, second down, clock stop. That's a good thing for Texas. They need a positive play. They need an explosive play here, pretty quick.
Yes, they do.
Oh, all right. Now get out of bounds. There you go. That's an explosive. That
works. Good job.
That works. Good play right there.
It's interesting that Sark's going with 12 personnel now.
Yeah,
that means he's really worried about the pass protection. You're in basically hurry up mode. You're in 2-minute mode all the time, and they got 12 personnel out there.
Really like the pitch right there.
Well, I think Sark's like, man, I can't protect. I need some protection.
Yep.
Wow, where was that throw to? My gosh.
Guys, I can tell you right now, watching the film, Sark on third downs, Sark is in 11 personnel like 80% of the time. So when he's got to get it, 11 personnel is his money. He doesn't trust his O-line, guys. That's why 12 personnel is in there right now when you're in 2-minute mode, which it goes against all logic that I've ever studied about Steve Sarkisian. He's got fewer receiving weapons out there, less of his speed. He's a speed guy. It really this is Sark has had to change his MO in this game, guys. This is a different MO. This is not Sark's MO. In this moment, he's 11 personnel all day, every day, and twice on Sunday. Speed. Is
that for pass protection?
Yes. He's scared of what that old line, like what they can't do. They're ineptitude right now. He's like insulating the pass protection with another tight end.
Yeah. Oh, we got another targeting. I mean, this is be the third one.
I don't know. Did that look like targeting? Oh, the clock's still running. They had to reset that.
Are they going to look at something while they do this?
Yeah, they're going to look at targeting on the Wisner play here, guys.
Yeah, they're going to have to bring the clock back to 7:06.
That's because Georgia's bringing that ruckus out there, man. They're bringing it too much. Sorry, they're bringing the ruckus out there, man.
Well, one thing is for sure, guys. Georgia had a really physical week of practice leading up to this game.
Yes. Hey, look! This was the week that Kirby challenged this team's manhood. Yep. I mean, that's the reality of it.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Well, and you know what? As someone who normally doesn't watch College Game Day, that's not typically part of my routine, but today I did because it was awesome. If I was Kirby, I would have my guys watching that entire show because it was. Yep.
He's breaking it down. It
was all Texas, and like Georgia had done nothing at this point. They were almost an afterthought to the game, but that's how it happens when it's on your campus. I get it, but you're talking about motivating a team to just watch everybody on the picks pick Texas to win the game, and turning of the tide and Nick Saban. That was enough motivation. And yes, after a manhood challenging week of practice, but this could be their second targeting call. Both Booth initiated.
I got a question, Rod, for you.
Third.
Rod, I got a question. Could Ronnie Lott play football today?
No. Neither could Chuck Cecil.
They literally couldn't play the game.
Yeah, they couldn't play. Was it Steve Atwater? Nope.
Steve Atwater could not play the game.
You out. Yeah, no, it's a bunch. That's a bunch of them. Yep, you're right. They can't play these days, man. And they're probably sickened watching football in its current form. But I understand. I understand the spirit of the rule. It's all about protecting guys. I get it.
Okay, call confirmed. 15-yard penalty, first down, Texas.
Wow.
You have to protect the players nowadays because they're too big, strong, and fast. And athletes have gotten too big, strong, and fast. In a game that's played in space with big, strong, and fast, you have to protect the players, else you won't have any players at all.
Yep.
Bottom line. These guys are too big. I mean, linebackers are 6'2", 250, running 4.5, coming at you full speed.
Come on now. That's a car crash.
Guys can't last in this game without some rules.
Yeah, that's a car crash every time. Yes. And so I get the spirit of the rule. I get it.
All right, so Longhorns can get a touchdown on the board here within the next 3 minutes or 2 minutes. Oh, another false start. Cam Williams.
They still in that pony too. Man. That's not a good sign.
They did.
All right. Longhorns need a touchdown here in the next minute and a half to 2 minutes if they're going to have a chance here. They still have 2 timeouts and a 2-minute warning, and they're going to need to stop. But a touchdown, you go for 2. Well, let's get a touchdown first. We'll have that debate.
Yeah, but you got to go for 2 at one point. You won't have to.
Wait, the question is, you do it first or later?
You can do it later. You can do it later. You got what you're guaranteed because you're still in the game. If you get, I think you do it later.
No, I think you get it, and knowing you have to get it at some point.
Yes.
Don't do it until you absolutely have to.
Boom.
Whoa.
That's got it. Yeah, you do it later.
That might be intentional grounding, guys. I guess Matthew Golden was there, but
bro, and they're like I said, they're in 12 because they're trying to get more bodies in pass protection. It ain't working. Maybe there's a screen going wrong. Not sure what that was.
Yeah, I think that was a screen, but
screen going wrong, maybe. Yeah.
Get out of bounds. Oh. Again, Jaden Blue's got to get out of bounds there, guys. You can't. I mean, you gained a half a yard to now you're going to give up 30 seconds.
Situational awareness, man. It's crazy. That's wild.
I mean, that was just a check down. I mean, you're not.
It's designed to get you out of bounds too. It's designed to get you out of bounds. It's the whole point of it. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, those are valuable seconds that they're going to need later if they're actually going to be in this game. But wow.
No, that was a beneficial play for Georgia. That helped
100%.
Way more than it helped Texas. Oh, he finally got 11 personnel out there. Good. I'm glad we got some speed out there finally. He went to the Texas route again. He missed him. He was open. He missed him. When missed it. Was it Texas route? Yeah, it was.
It was, and it was open.
It was open, man. Look at him. He's open. Oh. Man, it's open, man. Quinch is off.
Yeah, I mean,
Sark went back to the moneymaker now. He went back to something that worked till he's playing the hits, and Quinn ain't helping him out.
Oh, Quinn is backpedaling though. Quinn looks intimidated right now, guys. He's not. That was like running backwards off the snap of the ball. You can't win like that, guys.
No.
We'll see how much of this is on the old line.
And he was like on roller skates that time. I don't know what Quinn is seeing right now.
No, they sent the blitz. I mean, they sent like
people, but no one was.
They sent like 5 guys at them. They sent like, I mean, they spent like 5-6 guys. So
You're right about that.
They came after him. They put a lot of guys after him. Now, he should have had a hot route. There should have been a hot read there or something, but I don't know what the play call was.
Well,
that's the game, guys. That's it. That's your game.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it, guys. That's game. Yeah, I mean, that's game over. That's it. That's all she wrote. That lady is about to start warming up.
Well, that false start was pretty critical on that moment, and Jason Blue not getting out of bounds, and Georgia's defense again wins the day. Guys, Kirby Smart,
he's a hell of a coach, ain't he?
Pretty incredible job this week getting his team ready. They haven't looked like this defensively really since the Clemson game week 1, you would say. They did this to Clemson, very similar. I think Texas is better than Clemson.
Yeah,
Clemson hasn't lost since that dominant performance in Atlanta to start the year, and their offense has been outstanding. They put up 580 yards again today in a win over Virginia. So Texas has been held to 230. This will be a humbling conversation for Texas after this game to have 1 of 12 on third down, 1 of 4 on fourth down, so 2 of 16 on the money downs, and only 15 points. And your quarterback did not play winning football today. 4 turnovers.
Kirby Smart just lost Quinn Ewers a lot of money. That's just the reality of it. He just cost Quinn Ewers a whole lot of money because there are a lot of scouts now at that game that are thinking to themselves, I don't know.
Look, here's the reality of this game. The reality of this game: if either one of these guys gets drafted in the first round, NFL teams made a mistake because neither one of these quarterbacks look like it.
Yeah, well, look at Carson Beck, 23 of
Carson Beck's got 8 interceptions in his last 4 SEC games. He's had 3, 2, and 3 in those games. I mean, it's been neither one of these guys, man.
I agree with that, actually. I think you're right about that. You're right.
This has been a bad quarterback game.
Yep.
We got 7.
That was good. You're right about that. Bad quarterback game. Texas lost a bad quarterback game. Georgia won a bad quarterback game. Not only won it, they won it by 2 touchdowns. So that's the difference.
Yep.
That's what I mean? That's the difference. We didn't win a bad quarterback game. We lost a bad quarterback game. Yeah, and we got to give Georgia a lot of props. I think the most underestimated quality that fans do not give teams credit for is improvement week to week. Now, not every team does. Some teams regress, actually. They get worse. But some teams, literally week to week, they improve. They improve. This is what we're watching with Georgia. I'll admit, this is not the Georgia I watched on film either. But this is the best Georgia has played. I talked to some people like, Georgia hadn't played their best game. I remember us all saying, Texas hadn't played its best game. Well, Texas still hadn't played its best game. And Georgia played its best game against Texas. There you go. That's right. You'll see him again in the SEC title game, or you'll see him again in the college football playoff. So it's all good.
Yep. Well, I mean, you know me, I'll keep going back to that drive off the 9-yard line because the one thing that's true is however we got to where we got with about 10 minutes to play in the fourth quarter, it was 23-15, and Texas had Georgia on the ropes and backed up. Had 91 yards to go and a chance to get them off the field, get the ball back, and maybe go tie the game or at least get to within 1 point. And they made a drive. I mean, that was big time. And that's what we talked about all week, guys, about the Texas hadn't been in one of these 4-quarter battles. They have not played one of these games where, you're going to go 12 rounds with a heavyweight and take a lot of body blows through the middle rounds that you got to come back from. Texas, I'll give them credit for the 15-point third quarter that got them back in the game and made it, a score that they can live with. But, give Georgia a ton of credit. They came off the ropes when they were on the ropes and then went and put the ball in the end zone. They didn't settle for a field goal, guys. They put it in the end zone and put this game away, essentially.
Yep. No, I said you got to give Georgia a lot of credit. Georgia is, they are who we thought they were. To quote the late, great Denny Green, they are who we thought they were. All right. They are a team that has dominated college football for the last 4 years. Last time they lost 2 games was when? 2020. Last time Georgia lost 2 games in a season. So that's Georgia in a nutshell, man. And I think for Texas, they got a chance to experience a real test, not a team that's, has glaring deficiencies or Shakespearean flaws. Yeah, they're not a perfect team. No team is, but Georgia had championship pedigree. And yeah, you can say Michigan had that, but Michigan lost all that because we know everything they lost from, the offseason and Jim Harbaugh leaving and the culture of that team having to transform over one offseason. No, the culture of Georgia, although not as pristine and formidable as it once was, it's still intact. And they came out here and showed what they were made of against Texas on the road, where everybody counted them out, including myself. So Kirby Smart's a hell of a coach, and they're a hell of a team because their quarterback played like ish, and they still beat you by 2 touchdowns.
Yes.
Like dog ish, and they still beat you by 2 touchdowns. So back to the man in the mirror, and we got some work to do. It's all right because Texas is gonna get better too. So there's no reason to freak out. Texas is gonna get better week to week. And there's a playoff. There's a playoff now, guys. So it's all good. You just got to make sure you get better. Because if you don't get better, then you will not last long in that playoff. No. A matter of fact, you may not even make it to the SEC title game either if you don't improve week to week. That's the reality.
Yep. Travis Etienne's been an MVP of this game tonight, too, for them. 18 carries. Should have had more. 87-yard, 3 touchdowns. And, again, they came in as the
still running.
They came in as the 92nd rushing team in the country and have outrushed Texas tonight. And it's been a big factor because if you play better run defense in this game, Carson Beck might have been even worse, and he's been pretty bad.
Yeah, and as Kirby Smart once said, you're in the SEC. Your humbling's a week away. Texas got humbled tonight, and you know what? Vanderbilt won't give a crap next week.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're going.
Bobby is playing some good football.
Yeah. Look, I mean, where Texas should be in the polls, that's everybody's argument. But let's say they fall to 8. Vanderbilt's got a chance to have 2 top 10 wins at home this year.
Man,
you think they fall to 8, Jerry?
You're not going to be sky high for that game.
Yeah, they will be.
So this is it. Texas response to adversity for the first real time this year. And this arc will be talking about it after the game. That's the only place you can really go after this game is how are our guys going to respond to adversity? The season's not over. It's a 12-team playoff. And how they respond to adversity next week will tell you where this season ultimately goes for the Longhorns.
Great point, Jared. Totally agree. Yep,
you're right.
You know what, Rod? You know what Mac Brown always did do? And I'm not comparing, saying Sark won't. But after a bad loss to Oklahoma, y'all came back and won some wars against Kansas State.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Y'all came back and always performed really well.
Yep.
Right after that. And so this Texas team, Sark's got a really good culture on this Texas team. And these guys, this is the first time in a while that they're going to be tested. In that response to adversity next week in Nashville will determine their season. No doubt about it.
Nah, I totally agree with you. It's a great point, Jerry. It's adversity, and I think for this team hadn't been in a fight like this. It was nice to see them respond in the second half, but now the response to being beaten for the first time, being tested for the first time, how does that transform this team, and how do they deal with it? So I'm with you, and it's going to be a tough week. Let's be honest. Yeah. Quinn Ewers, Arch Manning discussion is about to take over the headlines. It's about to take nationally and locally. Everybody know, and the fans going to want to see Arch. So, guys, I lived it. Yep. Okay, I lived it. I was here. I lived it. My best friend in the world, as Chris says, one of my best friends in the world, and one of my close friends is also Major Applewhite, and I was here for it. And one of the tests for Sark, because Sark, he has a little bit of responsibility in this for putting Arch in there in that situation. He has to avoid, and I think that's why he put Quinn back in. He has to avoid a quarterback controversy. All right, you got to avoid that. You don't want to split the locker room with some controversy like that. And I think that's going to be important. So how he handles next week and the questions and how Quinn handles it with the media, all that's going to be really important because we know I love Mac, but one of the things that I don't think Mac handled very well and maybe mismanaged was, of course, this Chris Sims Major Applewhite situation. And he kept going back and forth because I don't think he ever made up his mind who he thought the starting quarterback should be for Texas. And I don't know how he ever thought the locker room would make up its mind if he couldn't as a coach.
Well, I mean, and I think you're dead on that, Rod, because it's going to become a grass fire. As I said to Jerry at halftime, if you're going to come back with Quinn, you can say that, on that corner blitz, Quinn felt something and wasn't 100%. So we went with Arch for a little bit. He got, whatever. Yeah. You can say maybe it was an injury. You could probably play it that way and say, Quinn's our quarterback. But I think we've all seen it for the last 2 weeks. I mean, at this point, Quinn's got to earn some trust back that he can, because your goal's not.
Hold on. Yeah, Aaron, what is Kirby Smart doing?
What happened?
They went for it on 4th and 1.
And they didn't get it. So now Texas has the ball
on the 40 of Georgia. What in the hell? See, here's the crazy thing about this game. That half-ass onside kick to start the second half was arrogance and dumb coaching. This right here is arrogance and dumb coaching. Oh, we're going to instill our will and run this ball, and we're going to take a knee. No, you punt the damn ball. What's wrong with these people, man?
I don't know.
All these guys are riverboat gamblers. Sark, kick a field goal at some point in time. All these guys are riverboat gamblers nowadays. It's amazing to watch it play out in real time.
Yeah. No, that's bad. It's a Dane coaching. I'm with you, Jay. I don't understand that either. I don't get it.
That made no sense. Well, and Quinn almost turned the ball over again. That would have been 5.
Exactly. He couldn't even make you pay for it because Quinn's so off anyway. Wow. That should have been a pick, too.
All right. Got to get out of bounds. Nope. Well, it's going to be incomplete. I guess he tried to throw it out of bounds.
Wow. That guy's got a vertical bone.
What was that? Did he drop it or did he knock that out of his head?
That was weird.
It stopped the clock? Oh, no, it's 2 minutes. It stopped in 2 minutes. No? 2 minutes. Yep.
That was a catch. Yeah, that was a catch. He made a football move with it. So out of bounds.
That was weird. But with you, Jerry, I don't understand what the hell Kirby Smart's doing. I mean, Texas can't really get back in the game here. Like, that's almost impossible. But, yeah, why are you giving them life? Why are you even giving – why are you even still
that's a mind-blowing thing right there. That blows your mind to see that happen.
I don't understand it.
What in the hell was he doing?
But honestly, people were doing stuff like Coach was doing dumb stuff like that, Jerry, way back in the day. Do you remember my pick 6 against Colorado in the Big 12 title game? I forgot the score when they tried a fake punt. They were up like 2 touchdowns. And they tried like a fake punt in the game. Like, why the hell would you try a fake punt in this game when you're already up by 2 scores? Didn't make any damn sense. Late in the game, they did pick 6, took it to the house. Yeah. We didn't win the game, but got back close. So I'm with you. Questionable decisions. Football is a simple game made complicated by simple men. So I have no idea what the hell Kirby Smart's doing because he's a good coach.
He's a really good coach. It's just this sport's turned into a bunch of riverboat gamblers in a weird way. It's
cool, Joe.
Very interesting to watch.
Cool Joe's in with a nice super chat. Thank you, Joe. They spotted a 23-0 and fought back. Ingredients are there. Just need to put together a complete game and not drop another. No, I mean, that's what Rod is saying. Keep getting better, and learn from this because, for the first time this year, they literally, they've been in games with blue blood programs by name, but they have not been in the ring with a heavyweight. And they were tonight, and they lost the ball game. What the message said is right. They spotted them a 23-0 lead, but I think somebody messaged a minute ago that Matthew put up there that I saw that Georgia is the standard of college football. Don't panic, which I agree with, and that's kind of the overall narrative of this game. There it is. We're losing to the standard, and CFB it'll be okay. Well, I mean.
I agree.
To all these conversations, you got to put a bow on it. Georgia is the standard of college football. They haven't played to their own standard this year, and tonight, especially on defense and situationally, they did. And Texas now knows they've got a ways to go to get to that standard. I mean, they've got work to do. I think you combine those two messages, gentlemen. I mean, the ingredients are there. I think we see it, but they have work to do. Offensive line did not play well and got kind of manhandled. Quinn Ewers did not play a championship level game or a winning game. And, in big moments, that defense needed to step up when they had Georgia backed up to the 9-yard line and get off the field. And they did not. Those are all learning experiences that they can take and move forward. There's still 5 regular season football games and hopefully beyond that for Texas.
Yep. Yeah. No, I agree with you. I agree.
Look, and here's the thing about, it's 2 minutes to go. We'll see if Texas gets a quick strike or something here. But if you look the next week against Vanderbilt, it's not the same level athletes Texas is going to be lined up against defensively. They don't have that type of defensive guys. I mean, Michael Williams is a first-round level player. Jalen Walker's a future, I think, Pro Bowl player. Vanderbilt doesn't have that. So next week is going to be all in the Texas defense because they haven't seen what Diego Pavia and Vanderbilt's going to try to do against them next week from a QB run game type of stuff with a team. It's going to be a little different, Rod, than what Texas has faced. So that's going to be interesting next week. It's going to be a defensive game for Texas because they're not going to – the offensive line, Texas offense isn't going to go up against the same level athletes.
What a catch by Gunnar Helm. Big play right there. Texas gets 18 yards on that play. And now they're in the scoring zone. Just heave it up for Quinn Ewers, and his tall receiver made a play.
Let's go. Throw it up. Yeah, let's go. Hell, throw it up. Oh, man. I would say Georgia's dropped like 3 picks, though, in this game.
I know, haven't they?
They dropped like 3 interceptions in this game, man. That's all right. I'm happy about it. But that was behind this guy. I mean, that guy, he was not open. I don't even know who Quinn was throwing to.
He was throwing to the tight end that got tripped over the middle, but it was overthrow. Well, no, he wasn't.
No, he's just good. Yeah, it's a good read. Come on, guys, let's go. What are we doing? Hurry it up. Let's go. Oh, is he hurt?
All right, not a bad idea to go to Wingo there, but we'll see if Quinn can make a throw here. This is
4th and 6. Here we go. This is it.
This will be if they're incomplete here, it's victory formation time for Georgia. More pressure. Cam Williams got beat that time, guys, and that's going to be the ball game.
Story. I mean, it ends fittingly, doesn't it? Georgia put pressure on Quinn. Quinn having no time to throw, and yeah, I mean that was the story of the ball game pretty much. And the great thing about this game is that Texas defense, I thought played pretty good. Like they got 3 interceptions on Carson Beck. How many yards rushing did Georgia get? 110. Now most of it's because Georgia was some bad play calling in the second half because they wouldn't give Trevor Etienne the ball, but they didn't overwhelm you in the running game. Like they just ran it down your throat. They average less than 4 yards a carry. Like this was all this loss, guys, is on the offense.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
7 sacks, 10 tackles for loss, 2 for 14 on third down, 1 for 5 on fourth down. You can't win that way. Quarterback didn't play well. This is, I think we learned some things tonight, boys. We certainly did. Well, that's what happens when you play a team this good. You learn a lot about yourselves. As you've said all week, Rod, that's the midterm exam with the not open notes anymore.
Hey, looks. How do we do without the open book, guys?
well, judging from the chat, every player on Texas now sucks. So, nobody's going to get drafted. Everybody sucks off one game, not accounting for somebody who you're playing against. So, I mean,
let's not forget, guys, we're going to wake up tomorrow. Texas will have 1 conference loss. Georgia will have 1 conference loss. Alabama has 2 now in the SEC. Tennessee has 2 now, right? Am I right about that? But A&M has 0. LSU has 0. We'll also wake up tomorrow, and Indiana is undefeated. Army and Navy are undefeated. And I just saw where Iowa State won at the gun. So Iowa State and BYU in the Big 12 are both undefeated.
All right. Hold up, E. I thought NIL was going to change the landscape of college sports, and only the big dogs were going to be able to dominate because of NIL and all the money that was going to be changing hands. You telling me Iowa State and Indiana out here undefeated, and Army and what? What the hell is going on?
Army and Navy. Indiana, Army, Navy. Oregon's going to be number 1 come Monday. Georgia looked like a dominant team today. Gentlemen, it's been fun. Thank you to Anthony Hippolito. Vote for him. Go vote for Anthony. Early voting or at the polls. Go vote regardless. Also, ATX Trees and our friends at One Source Gas. Coming up, post-game show. Jerry, you going to be a part of that with Bobby and Rod and the crew, or are you done?
I think Brian Robeson will be at that, so I will be working on my pass sets.
All right, buddy. We'll see you. Hey, everybody, thanks so much. Kirby Smart just said they were trying to rob us with calls, and we still won. He's going to play it out. Georgia's back. They're the standard. Texas found out where the standard is, and they've got to get a lot better. The post-game show is coming next. I'm sure it will be active. Thanks to Matthew and everybody that made this happen. The On Texas Football watch-along in the books. Longhorns now 6-1. We'll see where they are in the polls come Monday. Vote for Anthony, ATX Trees, One Source Gas. Have a great night, everybody.